Okay, so today I'm going to do some more mobile games, obviously, as part of my little mobile game Permadeath Gauntlet, and I had done some of those for Halloween, right? Like, so that was kind of a impromptu thing. Like, I don't normally do something as a tradition for Halloween, like a fixed format the way I do for Christmas. I always do Skyrim, and for Thanksgiving, I always do Red Dead, the Bounty Hunter series. Although the difference in those two is, like, Christmas is the only time that I play Skyrim in the whole year. Like, it's the only time I'm allowed to. I make it like a rule. Whereas with the Red Dead thing, I can do that anytime, and I have, but just I make sure that I do it on Thanksgiving. So for that, I just sort of decided, you know what, I may as well do some horror games for Halloween just because. But then I figured, since I've been doing all this mobile, trying to basically try mobile streaming for the first time and do this as like a whole series, I figured, I may as well do it that way. So I tried to do, again, like a horror game gauntlet, Permadeath horror games on mobile. But they were all sort of underwhelming, or I wasn't enjoying them. So yeah, this is where I have to be weary of the mic. I wanted to kind of look at this, because even though it's turned up all the way, right, my voice or volume isn't actually going all the way up to the top. That's why, even though the device volume seems so low, it's not actually that low, because, right, this is only going like 3, maybe 75% up and stuff like that. So it's not quite what it seems. And so we were doing the Permadeath Polytopia yesterday, so that's cool. We went through 2 of the tribes. Obviously, we died. We lost both of them, but that's fine. It's a very fun, very interesting game, but I don't know if this is associated with Clash Royale or not, actually. It looks like it is, and it must be, but yeah, there have been some really good games on here, and, this can be genuinely fun, and of course, the only thing I feel bad about is I want to find, there should almost be a category like that. Like, show me stuff that's only on mobile, that way I don't feel bad about doing it, because it's like, if it's something that's on PC, then I would just rather want to do it there or save it for that. So I feel like it's not very good at telling you that. Games exclusive to, and that's kind of a bad reason to, like, exclusivity is bad. Everything should be on PC, and that's good, and you can always emulate it and stuff too, but you almost want it to be, Knights of the Old Republic is exclusive. No, but you almost only want it to be that way. It kind of World of Warcraft. Remember when we used to play that on mobile? What the fuck is that list? It's like exclusive to mobile, such as Genshin Impact. Wow. I never knew that. I mean, I thought I must have dreamed when I played it on PC multiple times. Wow. Like, you can say Call of Duty mobile, I guess, PUBG mobile, but they're still not really. Clash of Clans, I think, is on PC now. Stardew Valley, yes, of course. Some of these, I love this AI. Many popular games are exclusive to mobile, while some of these have been released on other platforms. Oh, wait. Was Genshin Impact really made for mobile? Like, I know it's also made for mobile, but I didn't know that was. And I mean, these are kind of let's try that, actually. This is something I never really messed with. The Candy Crush things, like, it seems dumb, but I know that they're made by Blizzard. That's why I would always hear about them. Right, Activision, Blizzard, they would talk about it in their like business reports every year to show they're not going bankrupt. Like, WoW might be going downhill, but at least we got Candy Crush. Exclusively Android. Dried up ages ago. Yeah, like, the whole buying game market, I guess, is tough, because there's so many good games for free. Like if you look at this, look at this as like a social experiment, thought experiment. How many games and how much time have I gotten out of this even already without paying a cent? Like, what have I bought? I bought I don't even know. I bought, really, I think just the Year Walk. That might be the only game I bought. how would it even show me that, I guess? Right, so like the point is that I haven't really bought anything, or where does it show that? Like all the stuff that I own, maybe. Purchase history. So like you can get so much value out of free things that it almost feels like pointless to do anything else, right? It's a tough thing to compete with. So again, I added 25 to the account just so I would have something on there. I subscribed to the Prism thing because Streamlabs wasn't working. Then I bought the Year Walk just because. Wait, I got Reigns after that? I did the Year Walk for the Halloween thing, which I didn't even finish or do anything with it. I just looked at it briefly because I looked up like what's the best mobile horror game, and that's one of the ones that showed up. And then Reigns was really cool, but it was short-lived because it's permadeath, so I died. And then I bought the Tribe, which I think you might have had to do for I might have had to do that for my in order, is like it sort of acts like you're buying the game, so you don't actually have to buy it, but you have to just support it by buying something. And so I bought one of the Tribes. But yeah, it's like, all right, so what I'm saying, I keep losing my train of thought because of that stupid stuff popping up. Yeah, like we want to try to prioritize exclusive games, but that kind of is what it makes you realize. Like, there's so many good things for free, and then of course you have the microtransaction business model, whatever nonsense, but that like it would be so hard to compete in the market with that. Right, like it's very, very difficult. So let me try Candy Crush for the first time because whatever, or like Peggle. Is there a Peggle game on here? They used to put that like in WoW. Right. They would put that in WoW to get people to, yeah, like imagine you're the dude who Pachinko roguelike. You would play Peggle because wow, it was in World of Warcraft as a mini game on the side, or you would play Plants vs Zombies because they had a quest chain. Oh shit, I'm speaking of PvZ because they would whatever, they had like a quest chain that imitated that. Like imagine you're discovering the world and all other things just from that. Bubble Farmer. So why is it so badly reviewed anyway? Yeah, like let me look up something by like developer. What does Blizzard or Activision have on here? Yeah, they should do a better job of telling you what's exclusive and what's not. So Battle.net, obviously you got Hearthstone. I guess you don't. I don't really connect that Call of Duty is actually Activision, but that is kind of crazy. So basically, they don't have any games on here. In fact, even what the fuck, even Hearthstone isn't showing up. I guess they're better known by Blizzard, but should I do another playthrough of Magic Arena where all right, it doesn't even have to be another. I'm sure you can cross play, or at least, oh, this I did actually try, the Warcraft Rumble. I can't remember if I really liked it or not, but I probably did a permadeath first playthrough and died pretty quickly. You might think, how have I played some of these if they're mobile exclusive and if I haven't played on mobile, but there's this beautiful thing called emulation that can definitely be good. Right, so I was doing the same sort of thing on there, on PC, but I didn't do too much of that. This Free Fire game has always been pretty popular. I guess it's maybe kind of like PUBG, 10-minute survival shooter. Or there'll be certain games that are like popular in China or something just because other games are banned. So it'll be like the one that caters to and bows to the Chinese Communist Party and their little fucking whatever. Popular games. It's often just the aesthetic that gets me. If it just kind of looks cool, This one we always see ads for. All Who Wander. I think roguelikes might be the sort of thing that that has staying power, because that one was amazing. The what was it called? The Soul Knight. This kind of has a generic sounding name, so let me try to. I'm pretty OCD about trying to put these all in order, but I guess it doesn't matter that much. Fuck. So again, I'm just choosing these totally at random with no rhyme or reason to it. Right, like, this looks kind of cool just by the visual. I'm a sucker for, like, old school appearing art styles, in the sense that, right, like ones that can be kind of stylistic more so than just looking good. So again, I like the randomness of this, though. You don't go in with any agenda, so you just kind of do random stuff. What is it telling me here? That, I just lost a game. And of course, it's very important to have this landscape mode. If a game doesn't have that, it kind of ruins it for the stream's sake. Or like the way it looks now actually doesn't look bad, even though there's the black bars at the top and the bottom that I can maybe fix or stretch it out. This at least makes it look like, okay, you can, appreciate it similar to, playing something on a proper console. But looking at it like this is a little bit dumb. So, but no, it is like a sensory overload type thing that you get, because there's so many games, there's so many free ones, there's so many things that, again, are going to be, like, I don't know. It's too much. It's too much. Again, we did Polytopia. I don't think I necessarily want to do that. Night of the Full. I almost need some sort of structure to try and, decide, but I'm turning it, hoping that it'll go landscape mode, but if it doesn't, it's just screwed. But I almost need like some little thing to randomly choose one of these for me, or to make sure PvP package. And of course, even if it's multiplayer, it's still permadeath, but the difference there might be if there's like characters and stuff to choose from, then I get to, if there's characters to choose from, then each one gets its own life, like the tribes and Polytopia and stuff like that. Right, so it'll be permadeath for that sake. There once was a girl, Little Red Riding Hood with a grandma. That first bit of text was so fast. Unfortunately, one day grandma mysteriously disappeared. All the clues led to the dark forest. In order to find her missing grandma, Little Red Riding Hood chooses to go alone. On the night of the full moon, the mystery of the dark forest was uncovered by one... What did it say? By one, the young girl. PvE mode, mirror duel deploying. The online server is not fully deployed. Unable to start battles at the moment. If you're in mainland China, you can switch your device to mainland China, engage in online battles. Switching from other regions to mainland China result in high latency. Oh, it's because it's still downloading, I guess? Or because it wants me to... Wait, what just happened? Classic mode. But no, one thing that's actually good and admirable about mobile games at times is they're sort of very to the point, where they don't beat around the bush, and you at least get the gameplay right away. Instead of with so many, AAA games, even, they can waste your time at the beginning. You go through a bunch of story and BS. Like, the Red Hood who lived with her granny was female knight. Why do you have to specify female with that? Right, but not any of the other ones. Purchase all these expansion packs. I like the visual style of this one, but I don't know what the gameplay exactly is going to be like. The Red Hood who lived with her granny was ridiculed by boys and had no joyful childhood. Her brain and fist saved her. Everyone who meets her knows her ability to flee with force or words. Her choice is usually the former. The chief guard appointed the Red Hood as a town-protecting knight. The Red Hood has been long been the only girl who has dared to go in the forest with the hunters. Over time, she became more agile and earned more gold from her prey. Perhaps one day she will achieve her dream of building her grandma house. So they no longer need to be cold and hungry. Little Witch, the Red Hood's interest continued despite the town's ban on black magic. More remarkable is the witch's patience with the girl. In secret, the Red Hood uses magic fire to warm the poor and freezes dangerous monsters to lessen casualties, to soften people's preconceptions about black magic. Even on an opponent who injured her, the Red Hood avoids violence. She learned prayer, piety, and healing from the priest. Body injuries are easier to treat than the heart and spirit injuries. Well, technically, the heart is part of the body. This is Red Hood's motto. Maybe this makes her more... No, it makes you scientifically just stupid. Those are some of my absolutist expressions. Absolutist quote of the day. Like, oh, everything, you mean the mind? You mean the, like, people will say something like, oh, the heart, but actually you're referring to the mind, and actually with everything you are, like the soul, oh, that's actually the mind too. Like, there's nothing else besides that. Wait, so how do I even... What is this? Like, how do I even play? Only 99 cents to get the pack. I just always have this cognitive dissonance with even the idea of buying something in a mobile game. Like, why would I even ever do that? Like, it's one thing to even play a mobile game, but it's another thing to... What is it doing? Like, where is the... I don't get it. Or, like, I had to choose one, but... I'm dumb. I was acting like... I'm just reading the book like it's an actual book. I guess let's do the witch, because I'm a big fan of magic. Or we can do one life with each. So let's actually just be generic and do the knight. Defeating the mystery man. Right, sometimes I'll play against stereotypes, like... I always play mages, so then I'll play something that's not a mage just because of that, just to counter my preconceived notion. His face is flushed. Grimmelkin shop. My goods are fantastic. Are all fantastic quality at low prices. It's protecting the sleeping beggar and won't let you near. Like one card in your deck to upgrade. Okay. Deal 1 damage for each 2 attack cards used. Basic attack, deal 1 damage, deal 3 damage. Deal 2 damage, deal 10 times damage if the enemy's health is below 30%, okay. Try to just take everything in. But my immersive style of play is sometimes undercut by these things too, because it's like, okay, you want to really get immersed and give it a shot, but it's meaningless sometimes because it might just not be good, right? Like, so what exactly am I choosing even? I don't understand.
Please, don't go to the forest. There are those
Why would
who
I be
enter
fighting
the forest
Carpenter?
and never come back.
Just because he's stopping me from going in the forest. Like if this is a plot choice moment, let's fight that, because it at least seems bad. Remove, draw 3 cards, deal 5 damage. What the fuck? What? Is it like real time? Like how did he do a million things in one shot? I guess you can just use as much as you want there. I like the way that's presented though. It's kind of nice. First person turn-based game. Like, is that a rarity if I think about it? Like Final Fantasy games, you can always see your characters. Paper Mario and stuff, Mario and Luigi, you can see your characters. Pokemon, you can see your character. Right, like, this is a little bit unique. Like, Mystic Quest was first person like that, or Earthbound is like that, right? At least the older ones. My goods are all high. So this is kind of cool. If it keeps doing this, is like a choose your own adventure, like the options will keep changing. So I gave Pinocchio my life, and I gave Cinderella my crystal shoes. But isn't this some sort of plagiaristic fucking shit? Like, what does this have rights to all this? Yeah, I'm gonna spare the carpenter because it feels like, why am I fighting this dude? Okay, I have 18 gold. Deal 3 damage, draw 1 card. Deal 3 damage, restore an equal amount of HP. Deal 9 damage to the enemy and 2 pierce damage to yourself. That's my type of thing. High risk, high reward. The one issue that we have is health. So how do I heal? For what I have. Make a wish. Eagle alert. Gift card. Large pile of money. What is this eagle alert with the thumbs up? 40 gold. The rightmost of each card shop will be 50% off. In each battle, invalidate the first played card by the enemy. I mean, it seems pretty crazy. Rightmost card, 40 gold. Okay, and then blast. How long does that actually last for? The best chests are those that are unopened. Armor resists a corresponding amount of damage. Get 3 armor at the start of the turn. Okay. And for now, it's not like you're really picking and choosing stuff. It's just whatever you get is what you get. Because you know, like an actual card game, you can't really be picky. At the beginning, a little useless rock, leave it alone. What the fuck was the point of that then? Level 2 fugitive. This guy is breathing heavily and covered in sweat.
Don't miss it.
So I don't understand fully how you're expected to heal on a regular basis because, right. I guess I'll pick on this stupid clown now.
No, you can't go to another full moon. It's going to be more dangerous in the forest.
So we'll invalidate his first card that he plays. Or wait. Seems like it could be a very fun mechanic. Again, turn-based games kind of don't suffer for...
Do you have to go?
He's so casual, like we just killed you.
you.
Comfort and thank him, promise him you will protect yourself.
It's a deal between us. You must come back safe.
Yeah, if I'm strong enough to kick your ass, then I should be able to handle it. Add 6 HP to the max, so you only heal upon a level up so far, or I'll need some sort of potion or something. Wait, what does that mean though? Fuck, I wanted to kind of see a prompt for it. Gain 1 action, but what is an action? Versus the health, which I didn't argue I necessarily even want the health, but emergency supplies to treat your wounds restores 3 HP. Okay, we'll save that, This guy's breathing heavily and covered in sweat. Fugitive.
I don't want to fight.
Get 3 armor, started the try. I mean, for now, it's like you just play whatever you have. It's not like you can be too picky, but still more strategic than the average Pokemon game where you just kind of face roll everything. Deal 1 damage for each 2 attack cards used. He's got an auto heal thing going. It's a little bit bothersome. Deal 2 damage 10 times.
I don't know why they want to catch me. Could you help me find the way back home?
Yeah, I'll help you find your way back home to your fucking prison cell. Help him, report him, follow him. Or I'll play RP like I'm actually a good person. You get the money reward, but your report has landed an innocent person? How are they innocent? How am I supposed to know? And what do you mean again? You're acting like I've done anything before. We just started this fucking game. But how are you supposed to believe him? He's called a fugitive, like fuck. A man who appears to be down on his luck.
Don't go any further.
We're just being very non-selective with the people we fight. Like, just we're beating the shit out of a carpenter kid. Like, why are these even enemies? Or yeah, what if I, like, run out of cards? Will it keep just cycling back through them or what? You can only use one type of card.
If you must insist on going, at least take this piece of bread with you.
This piece of bread. Deal 2 damage, enemy loses all actions. Removed. Add 2 damage for each action lost. Removed, deal 2 damage, enemy loses all actions. Add 2 damage for each action lost. Add 1 entry for equipment. Best chests are the ones that are unopened. Removed cards will not be drawn again until the end of the battle. Deals 8 pierce damage. Why would I want to do it later anyway? He is very alert.
Aren't allowed to enter the Black Forest.
So they're all concerned with, oh, you're not allowed to enter this place. Like fucking, the carpenters told me don't enter. That guy was telling me don't. Or do you really have to go there? Okay, I'll be back in a second. Okay, so this seems pretty interesting so far, but my main complaint about it is it doesn't go in landscape mode, so that's 0 out of 10 right there. You could use that as an actual criteria to judge.
You will find what you need.
I really like this one. The 9 damage is crazy. But no, if games do or don't have landscape mode, that could be a big difference right there.
To guard this place. No passing in the full moon night.
Deal 2 damage. Enemy loses all actions. What does removed cards will not be drawn again until the end of the battle. Which means they won't be drawn at all then. As much as I like turn-based games, I'm always a fan of Paper Mario and stuff like that. They do often have flaws. Like, that's why I like action commands, at least, like where there's something on top of just, whatever minor strategy you have. They're always this kind of face roll, especially at the beginning, where you have, wait, what happened? There's not much strategy, or it's kind of face roll, especially throughout the beginning of it, or it's just kind of, how can I explain it?
You're so stubborn. I told you not to go out during the full moon.
What am I, a fucking werewolf?
Why on earth would your grandma go out into the Black Forest? Unless she's a werewolf.
Or she got kidnapped by a werewolf. Why do you have to assume the worst? Like those crazy eyes she has in there too. But no, it's again, turn-based games I do like, but they're often very simplistic. You can often just spam the A button, basically. Like I say that with Pokemon, you can just do the same thing over and over and it works. He's walking
Watch
back
out
and
for the
forth. There's
monsters
no
in
way
the
around him. So we're basically
has been
massacring the
peaceful
whole
down
town of
Photo
just
for years.
villagers who are trying to protect us from going
I
outside.
only carry the highest
Deal 3 damage, draw 1
quality
card.
goods.
Deal 3 damage, restore. Yeah, I like the health restore thing because,
Watch out for the monsters.
right, it doesn't seem to be coming back on its own. So if I can do it in the course of battle, that could be much better. Or it should like auto end turn just if you're, you know, if you have nothing left to play. This is kind of sad in a way. It's like you know, I like card games so much that I want to play a single player card game, which is a whole genre that's much bigger than
Peaceful night when there's a full
I don't get how this 9 thing is actually working. Right, when I play it, it doesn't. Let me look at it again. We got 2 shops and 1 sound. Deal 9 to the enemy and 2 to yourself, but it doesn't actually do it. Online servers. Removed. Removed cards will not be drawn again until the end of the battle. Deals 9 pierce damage, deal 9 damage to the enemy. Oh yeah, I should look at that. Like, how do we actually do the online at all? Turn to the main screen. But yeah, I love that actual mechanic of the kind of like this choose your own adventure. At least that you get these 3 options at any time. That is a very cool thing. Mirror duel PvP deploying. Online server is not fully deployed. Unable to start battles at the moment. Okay, not that I really even want to do that, but... Alright, continue. We have 2 shops right now, which is interesting because... Oh, they changed positions too. Are they going to be like different shops? I guess they are.
Quality goods.
You know what's dumb about this is now I have to get rid of one
Don't miss it.
to even progress, right? Because you have to fight something or do something. Mr. Woodcutter, he wonders why you are out in the middle of the night. When do we get an actual enemy? We're getting all these benevolent people that are just trying to figure out what we're up to. But that is nasty though, we're almost one-shotting these people. We got an OTK and we just started playing.
It snows all year round in the dark forest.
Not even OTK, but FTK. This is always such a cheese sign of a broken game. You get 2, you know, Exodia, but oh, it's fair because you're not always going to get it. You get 2 chances to upgrade cards. Yeah, the 15 gold is kind of... The 15 gold is kind of, deals 12. Wow, dude. That's crazy. Yeah. See, this is the kind of shit I want. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I mean, obviously you can't. This one I don't understand. I swear that one doesn't work, or they're using some shield or some shit to block it. Yeah, now we have 2 things that are going to be doing very... Although I didn't really like the upgrade on that. It deals less to me, but I don't really care. Right.
I am
Is that your own shadow?
and you are me. Where there is light, there is darkness.
This almost reminds me of the whole theme and subject matter and everything of like Kingdom Hearts type games because the Chain of Memories, where that's also a card game.
Shadow will betray
66.
you.
What if I save that because that execute might actually come in handy? Be careful that I might actually get destroyed here because counter. When the enemy uses attack spell invalidate against attacks. I should have baited that out with the thing. With the or maybe it's not worth saving because you can just keep using it. Yeah, that 12 damage is pretty nasty though. Three resist damage, 3 armor. You may as well just do it, I guess, right? You'll keep getting the stuff back. not doing very much damage, but even a boss that I might have been slightly worried about. It's like so underwhelming because it's just random shit. Like you can just spam everything. You don't have to use any strategy or think. Just do this.
You can never beat your shadow.
Unlock skill tenacity. You get armor with lost HP. Select one card to remove from the deck. The enemy gets 1 toxicity for each 2 attack cards used. Like 1 card to remove from the deck. Wait, why is that a good thing though? You know what I just thought of? Is there something on here like some of the Flash game inspired stuff is what comes to mind. Like if you have like Sunny, I thought there was a game like that. Yeah, see, but it wasn't quite the same as the actual Sunny games. Right, like he finally made one here. It has pretty good reviews though. So that one I've actually never beaten, even though I'm a big fan of the obviously original Sunny and Sunny 2. But let's see what we got here. This is the last page of this chapter. Do you want to start a new chapter? I mean,
Check these out. You will find what
deals
you need.
4 thunder damage, add 1 damage to, add 1 damage dealt this turn. And then 8 armor, and then 3 damage, restore equal amount of HP.
Don't miss it.
Yeah, we're gonna end up having too many of the same type of card, maybe. Yeah, see, this way it starts having a good note. I do like the general mechanics and feel of it and aesthetic and everything. Okay, I'm done, dude. I'm tired. But yeah, this is pretty good. So we'll keep trying different ones here. I am enjoying this because there's so many things on here that I normally wouldn't play because they're just, you know, if they are mobile exclusive or they're just kind of weird, I wouldn't even play them in the first place at all. Okay, so here I'm going to do yet another mobile stream, and basically, sometimes this software will show that I'm attached to the Bluetooth mic, like it'll show that icon, even if I'm not. So this is the first time I've actually enabled it, and the reason why I'm testing that, it's also my Bluetooth headphone that I'm using, right? It's kind of 2 in 1. So the reason why I'm actually using it as a microphone now is to test something because the limited functionality on these iPhones, even as expensive as they are, is the fact that, well, first of all, we're getting some stream delay too. Seems like only like 20, 30 seconds, but I'm streaming on Wi-Fi this time to test it that way because I'm charging it. And you might think, why does that matter? But because it only has the one charging port or the one USB-C port, that's the same one that I would have to use for the Ethernet adapter that then allows me to hardwire it. So you have to choose. Either you can charge it or you can do that, or you can use something else. So I also got one of these little backbone controllers. So I was thinking if I had to use that, right? Let's say I do like a long stream, I could either charge it or I could either use the controller or I could either use the Ethernet. The fact that I have to choose is kind of ridiculous. You can get ones that are obviously going to be Bluetooth, like obviously my headphone is, but there's so many things to consider with this. Like this is the gradual setup that we keep improving and changing. It's like, so if I use that controller, then I plug it in. I have to put it on both sides of the phone, right? And I have to plug one side into the port, the lighting port. So that means that I can no longer charge it or even speak into the mic on the phone because it's going to be blocked by the controller. So now with the controller in there, I would need the wireless mic, like what I'm using here with the Bluetooth headphone, but then I also can't hardwire it with the Ethernet. And then I would need like a wireless Bluetooth compatible controller, and then I would also need the Bluetooth headphone mic, and then I would also need a wireless kind of a charger, right? Like there's so many components to this that it's crazy.
So let's see. I'm pretty open with what kind of mobile games I'm trying, and it does give you that kind of overwhelming feeling of again, there's just too many of them basically, so it's hard for me to even decide. Right? Sometimes I try to go by the list here, like let's look at the top three of the day or whatever and try that. Right, okay. Word of Wonder. Yeah, only the second most impressive game with WoW is its abbreviations. I feel like there was something else with that too. I mean, obviously besides the obvious World of Warcraft, but there was something else. Like World of Warships or some shit. But yeah, that was an appropriate acronym for WoW because you were really saying that as you were playing it. That's how good it was. But yeah, we can try this. It's very all over the place with how many things I have here. There's no real order or meaning, rhyme or reason to how I'm doing it. So again, this stream we were testing the Bluetooth mic, which is again part of the headphone that I'm using. So I might have to be quieter because it's like right in my ear. So it might be, I don't know exactly how that makes sense, but like how it's really going to sound. And so we have that. We have the Wi-Fi, which hopefully shouldn't crash because it's still pretty good, pretty strong. And then we have, again, under this circumstance, by that logic, I should be able to use, again, I'm charging it. I should also be able to use the controller if I want to. Things like that, that it should allow me to do. But again, the truly advanced setup would be, okay, then I would need a controller that is also Bluetooth compatible that I could use, or again, a charger that you'd somehow be able to use at the same time. Yeah, let's just pick something at random. I mean, I don't really care what we do right now. It is tough because there are a lot of good things on here. It's just we need your support to keep the app free. Words of Wonders. Like, why would I want notifications, dude? It's a fucking okay. Swipe the letters of the word act. So then what? Why isn't this working? Um, Now what you do? Cat. Okay. But I mean, what? There could be multiple combinations. So like net, then can. It's just weird because it feels like you don't always have to be so. So you can use a hint. One now. Well, you can't be one again, can it? Yeah, okay. So maybe own. Okay. This isn't so bad. Hot. Top. Maybe opt. Oh, that's kind of a tricky one. Well, that's an advanced word, opt. The pyramids dedicated to, we're getting a flavor text about fucking landmarks. 3 pyramids dedicated to the 3 generations of the pharaohs. It's miraculous that sunlight only enters the tomb chambers on the days they were born and ascended to the throne. And this is why people think aliens built the pyramids or something, because it's so advanced that we can't believe it. Law. So you could be like wall. Okay, this is almost too easy so far, but shuffle button can help you find words faster. The yes has got to be one of them. You can do maybe easy, kind of what I'm finding this game to be. You can do say. Oh, obviously C. I'm overthinking it. Okay, this could be plan. This could be. You know what I just saw today actually is that Silk Song was out. The Hollow Knight sequel, Silk Song, that was highly anticipated and was delayed like because of COVID or something at that time. It had been planned and then they delayed it. So it came out apparently in September and I had no idea. I'm surprised I didn't hear anything about that. So lap could be one. I'm not even really looking at the top. I'm just saying whatever words make sense. Han, everybody's least favorite Dragon Ball character. Maybe lap, or we already did. Nap. How. I wonder if I'm doing these like unnaturally quickly or if it really is just as easy. I'm not using those other mechanics either. You found an extra word. So what does that mean? Where's that? Oh, I'm so good that I'm making up my own words, which is a real word. Wait, that's not a word. Ram. R. R in the middle. What could R be in the middle? Arm. Arm, okay. Not bad. What should be the permanent thing like with this is if I somehow fail? Because I'm getting some of these guesses wrong, but it's not really penalizing me, so and that's the whole design of these games is like I mean that's more a name than it is a word, but like what I was saying is the fact that what the hell is this? Ends with a T. Huh. Wait. T. Or you can't. Maybe you can't do that even. Because sometimes you can choose the wrong thing. But what if you want to use the second letter again? Why is this one so difficult? It ends with a T, 3 letters. D-E-T, no. Wait, I thought I already did that though. I'm thinking of like a previous one. Yeah, if you could reuse the same letter multiple times, that would be a whole nother thing. So, may, many, man. Yeah, I admit I wouldn't have gotten that one. I actually looked up because you're thinking about more of the structure. That's not one that I would normally think of. We should do this almost as a speed run to see like how quickly can we get them. Page, gap, gape. Oh shit, that's the most satisfying thing. When you come up with something that is just not even considered a word at all. Peg. Oh my god. Oh my god. Age. And what could the last one be? P. It wasn't peg, it could be P. Okay. That feels like you're one-upping the developers even, like, oh, I'm just coming up with my own words. So yeah, that's when they want you to use the same word multiple times, same letter, as if they give you that. But you can't do that. Rare, and then what else? Ear, or just air. Wow. Yeah, they should give me a big bonus for all that shit. Look at that. I don't have to watch an ad because I'm just so smart. What the fuck is this one? Ear. Um, it's not ear. What could it be? It's not air. Oh, it's era. Okay. Yeah, of course, every Taylor Swift fan is raging right now. A lion statue with the pharaoh's head having a temple between its paws is believed to protect the pyramids and the pharaoh's tombs. I'm convinced. Like, of all the mobile games in existence, this is what I choose to do, just to be like, I don't know what to tell you. To help you buy hints, hammers, and more. Yeah, except I'm too good to actually need those things, and I'm playing on hard mode, permadeath, permadeath fucking crossword puzzle. Um, um, extra word. Okay, hub, bus. So you tried sub already. Maybe a subs, but it wouldn't work. I guess I don't. The L and the H are a little bit weird. Um, huh. This one's a little tricky. So four-letter word ending in an H. Like lush. Okay, then you got four-letter word, five-letter word with a, I guess it could be bush. Okay, starts with that, so a blush. Okay, these are getting a little bit harder. I mean, this is just ridiculous that I'm doing this. Swipe the word rat to catch the butterfly. What are you talking about? What does that mean? Butterfly you can't turn into a box. What are you talking about? All these stupid ass goofy business model mechanics. Ray, tray, art, uh, or there's an extra word. I can't help myself because you can say, "Oh, you're just doing it on purpose, like to show off," but you can't even do that because, um, you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that really is the word. Starts with the T, three letters. So if it's not tar, oh, try. Yeah, I do have a bad habit of overthinking sometimes this way. Remove ads. Really, bro? Really? If your word game is too easy and boring and full of annoying ads, I love this. We're playing a word game with ads, and the ad we're watching is telling us that if it has annoying ads. No, no annoying ads, so it'll still have ads, but they're just not annoying. Is that what? For fuck's sake, man. I'm sure this one will get harder too for what it is, but okay, let's see. And they, nay, technically could be, yeah. Uh, let's see, let's see. Any dandy, but I guess it won't work. Or candy. See, when I have to look up to actually see what the number of letters are in the arrangement, that means it's at least a little bit tricky. And the word and, we can't forget about that. I love that when Charles Barkley says, like, I got two words, Steve Nash and Chris Paul. And then even after they give him a chance to correct it, then he says Nash and Paul, like, and isn't a word. So he messes it up twice. Or like there's a pretty funny thing now that you could show, like he always used to trash talk ESPN when he was on TNT. Right? He would say, "You're not gonna work me like a dog and not pay me," and he's making fun of them. And then now he's on there, he's sucking up to them. The site, uh, let's see, sit, hit, gist is an extra word, okay. Hit, thigh, so, okay, H, three letters, H, starting with the H, um, not hit, I don't understand. What is that? I don't even know what that is. It's not like hiss with two S's, like hissing. What the fuck oh, his. I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Yeah, what is his? I have a mental block for those kind of things because of this gender neutral modern society. Which, what's funny about that whole thing is it's very consistent with my absolutist philosophy anyway, that you wouldn't place emphasis on such things. So my position on that is always the false duality thing, that like a lot of things, it's how like I could talk a conservative out of it. Right. What would a conservative say? Right. This is very appropriate timing to bring this up. A conservative would say, what is a man? What is a woman? Right. And normally this seems like a good position. Oh, of course, they have the right chromosomes and this and that, right? Biology, certain body parts, reproductive capabilities. But then you take it one step further. If you want to go strictly by biology, then what in biology tells you whether you can wear nail polish or not, or what in biology tells you that you can wear lipstick or not, right? None of those things are to do with biology. Those things don't even exist in nature, right? Those things don't have anything to do with it. It's just because society likes to sexualize one gender over the other, so we associate those things with it, right? Where does high heels and lipstick and makeup and nail polish come into biology? None of that has to do with it. So in reality, objectively, you can have your little rigid gender definitions and you can lean on biology, but nowhere does it say all these little social norms and tropes that we have, right? Those two things are totally separate. So, I don't know. This one's a little bit tricky here. What is that? I don't know what these words even are anymore. Um, oh, that's kind of lame to have hit and hits. This, I swear, I really do make it more difficult, harder than you think. It's like they're hearing me complain that I don't think it's that hard. Or some of these are really annoying. They make you kind of have to hit the store thing, or they take forever to give you the X. That's what I don't get. Like, how do people stream mobile games then without having this ad issue? Right? Like maybe there should be some overall plan. You subscribe to the Apple Store plan of some kind that doesn't give you ads in any game, right? It's like a streaming service kind of a thing. So you subscribe to a streaming service like HBO Max or something with the ad-free plan, and so now no matter what you watch on there, you don't get ads. Instead of this would be like on an individual basis, you have to pay each game individually to avoid ads. Um, that's crazy that you have to. I already have the game installed too. Like, shouldn't they be able to hack my I make it so much harder. And this is the ultimate scam game. Is it going to be the ad where you go around and this is what I wanted to play in the game? Like, oh, can you do this mechanic in the game? Even all I would do if I was the developer, I would just make this a little mini game so people can't complain about it, being fake. But you know what I mean? Like, this is how they advertise it, and then the game itself is nothing like that. And it's pretty adequately comical the way they present it. It's like the way, look how high your shit stacks up. Look at how quickly you go and kill the bears. Like it makes kind of a joke out of it, right? But in a kind of a fun, goofy way that it's showing you like how over the top this mechanic would be. But then the game is nothing like that. Game completed. Please download the most recent version. I love some of these scam type things, right? That's such a cheap ad to do. I just try but like, does that mean that the words they're using have some connection to the location they're showing you? Because they just seem like random fucking words. So for some reason, I just felt like doing that. But oh yeah, that's what I was playing yesterday, Night of the Full something. This was actually pretty good. So it's like a turn-based RPG over here. I just love the general feeling though of mobile gaming. It's like it's so broad. Like there's nothing. It's impossible to even take anything seriously, right? It's just all disposable, expendable trash. Let me actually listen back to my audio for a second here, and then I'll try this again. So I didn't die or anything. So we're doing a permanent first playthrough of Night of the Full Moon, and it has like all kind of weird crossover stuff with certain. I can't remember like certain actual franchise characters, or I don't know. It seems like almost like Kingdom Hearts-esque, where it's borrowing characters from other universes. So it seems to sound okay, but it was kind of glitching out towards the end there, so I don't know if it's still going to be like that. It's like I can watch on my phone on the side, but it's not super clear, so it's hard to see if it's like lagging or something. But one problem with this game is it doesn't work in the full screen mode. The landscape mode, I mean. So let's see. I like this whole feeling of the choose your own adventure thing with like how it's, you know, you always have these three things, so one of them could be a shop. I give Pinocchio my life, and I give Cinderella my crystal shoes. Make a wish. Let's save that. Oh, what? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do it like that. I thought I would just wait and do it later. He's sneaking around on tiptoe, Cerberus. Why would the hellhound that's trapped in the church appear in the forest? So most of the people we fought so far were just literally like... We're literally like, you know, people just trying to stop us, like benevolent townspeople saying, oh, you shouldn't go out, you shouldn't go there in the, you know, in the woods or something at this time of night. Right, as opposed to actual enemies like this. It's a cool mechanic though, for sure. Right, the way all these kind of cards and stuff work, but it can be a little bit overwhelming when your opponent does that. Like, they can play 100 different things in the same turn. So... 3 damage, something... But again, like with most turn-based games, you can just kind of spam everything in face roll. And get the, you know... Get through most of the game like that. Like, I always say that with Pokemon games. The first 50% of every Pokemon game, you can just spam the A button and don't even worry about the nuance of it. Like, there's no real strategy. 1 copy to your hand for card. Wait, what? Add 1 copy to hand card for each use. How is this written? 1 copy to hand card for each you use a basic attack. I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay. Is this the treasure which dropped?
I will be in charge. Hey, hey, another treasure.
Weapon thief deals. I love these ones. They just do like half their fucking health, even with whatever remuneration you have to pay for it. Your enemy's turn 30%. And again, this would be very fun to play against other people too. Look at that fucking crazy combo.
If only I would have had these weapons, I never would have lost my family.
These weapons as in... Wait, what he just said in voice acting and what he said here are different. He said if only I had these weapons, I wouldn't have lost my family, but now he says if it weren't for these weapons, I wouldn't have lost my family. Who is the killer?
I'm the murderer? No! I didn't know the monsters were my family.
But like, yeah, one of these I made a plot choice that was wrong. Like, oh, he was an escaped convict, and then I turned him in, but he was actually innocent. Like, how am I supposed to know that? Go to the next intersection. Is this the treasure the witch dropped?
And tell me what you have seen. Come here and face me.
You have an excellent deck. I like it. As usual, people have to copy me because I'm too good. But no, yeah, this mechanic would be pretty good in a multiplayer context too. Well, if he gets that 12 attack one, I'm kind of screwed. In fact, it might be impossible for me to even do this because, right, he's just gonna have more health than me. This is like a mirror match of skill difference, right? Oh, I don't know what to do. Yeah, because mathematically, if he just has more health, he'll do exactly the same thing as me. And I can't. So this could be the end of the Permadeath run right here. Deal 10 times if he's below 30%. It doesn't mean I have to play every card like right away, but... Defeat. Failure breeds success. Well, there's the run, so we have to delete the game. Everything I like has to end like that, doesn't it? For fuck's sake. I always will do good for like the first session, and then when I come back to play something later, like with that Soul Knight thing, then it kind of fucks up. Okay, let me make sure it's not so lagging though. I should keep track of this a little better, I guess, but it'll kind of show you that, like, that you've already downloaded it, which either means that, oh, it's just some scam shitty game like Whiteout Survival that I probably, not that I died, but I just deleted it because I probably wasn't wanting to do it. But with this, it's like keeping track of the ones I've actually died in. So that was a bit disappointing, the the failure there. So at some point, I wonder why this was lagging there at the end there. Oh my god. Fuck. Like, I was watching back that. Okay, let's just try some of these at random. Like, I don't really care. But again, they are all high stakes in Permadeath if I do die. Man, everything should have that landscape thing. I hate it. Well, this will be like a choice-based game. You are the true-born sovereign ruler of this beautiful kingdom in medieval Europe. Your goal is to last as long as you can. Isn't that just like life? There's no meaning of life besides just trying to live as long as possible. Enter the conflict of half-mass hedonism, where this is my great prognostication philosophically from absolutist philosophy. The fact that, oh, you're trying to live as long as possible, which I call the longevity process, but then, if that was true, then why do you drink? Why do you smoke, right? Why do you do things that could be unhealthy? So you're not really trying to live as long as possible, right? That's just a pretense. I'm your loyal servant who will guide your majesty through the ins and outs. And the twist is going to be he's a villain who's trying to mislead you and trick you. The most important resource, money, reduces each move. This counter is located at the right side. 6 factions are located before you who you must deal with. The nobles, the commoners, the army, the thinkers, the priesthood, and the outlaws. Before you move, you can invite any of the factions to appear before you. I mean, the priesthood's going to have its own incentives, the nobility, the commoners, you can respect the army, outlaws. You know, let me think about this logically. Like, the first priority is the army, because without the army, you don't have any power, right? So as much as I would like to do the thinkers, increase the number of recruits drafted amongst the bandits, right? You got to have that first, right? That's what I always say about the U.S. military spending. It's like, that's never a bad thing, because even if you go trillions in debt, it's like when people come to collect, other countries come to collect the debt that you owe them. Oh, we have the biggest military, so you really can't collect it now, can you? Or whatever. It gives you that sort of important cushion. Now, resolve the problem with the appropriate factions. Choose one of the 2 variants. Be careful, the move you make will reflect upon your popularity with this and other factions. Increase the number of recruits drafted from amongst the bandits. I mean, I think that has a certain legitimacy to it, even though they might not like it. On the screen, you may view your popularity has been affected. Each faction X indicates 1 mark of popularity. So the army liked the fact that I thought they would have a minus. The army liked the fact that I took a bandit. Took more bandits. You may not invite the same faction 3 moves in a row. Choose any of the others. I don't think that's what it means, 3 moves in a row. It means like 4 3 moves, right? Like, okay, I won't do it 3 moves in a row. I'll do it 2 moves in a row, or I'll do it 1 move and then skip a turn and then do it again. But whatever. So outlaws, as if I have to Yeah, fuck the outlaws. They're outlaws. Like, why should I suck up to them? Right? Like, why should I? I don't want to invite them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to deal with them. Let's do the thinkers. See, now that we have the power and the threat and the force of the army, now we can afford to indulge in thinking, but that has to come first. You may remove the negative decision by using the suggestions of your court magician as indicated in the bottom of the screen. Come on, let's try. What do you mean? Use Merlin's wisdom in order to solve the problem without risking your reputation. No, I don't want to do that. Permit the experiment of a blood... Yeah, we need to get carried by magic. Permit the experiment of a blood transfusion from a noble knight to a cunning bandit with the intent of curing the latter. Blood transfusion from a noble knight to a cunning bandit? Why the fuck would I do that? Fine, I guess I don't have a choice. You see no drop in popularity. Well, these are the rules. Wishing you pleasant luck. What? Now he's done advising me? I was gonna do the no clearly anyway. Why are they treating like the bandits are such a big thing? Like, fuck the bandits, dude. Like, I'm gonna try to ghost them. I'm gonna ghost the outlaws. Let's do the commoners. Prohibit the viziers from hunting village pigs. I don't know what that even means. Viziers. Why are these good for nothings? Let's just command them to cease. So the army doesn't like that, and the commoners don't like that, even though maybe I misunderstood what I chose. No, but or it's like the commoners are doing it because they're starving or something, so it's like you're not addressing the root problem, right? You'll say, oh, stop stealing food or stop doing this, but the reason why they're doing it is because they're hungry and frustrated, right, in the first place. What is all this? Yeah, I love this mechanic. This is the kind of thing I was looking for with like the choice-based games. Always be able to increase your earnings, Your Highness. Don't forget to empty out the depository in time. Start filling up with money once again. You can improve your treasury. This increases the capacity, speed, or money flow. So that'll be obviously where they try to get you to buy microtransactions. So let's see, priesthood or nobility, the ultimate choice. Do you want the artifice of religion or the artifice of fucking politics? Permit an additional tax to be collected from the peasants for food for lapdogs. It's important to keep them happy to a degree, but why is the army getting pissed off at that, man? That's the one I care about the most. Like, that shows you my priority, right? If I was a real-life ruler, the army is important because it keeps, you know, without that you're screwed, whether from inside that kingdom or outside, right? The thinkers I maybe did just as a novelty, the commoners, and then I care about the aristocracy next. But realistically, you probably should care about them first because, you know, they can get you in trouble, right, if they want you out of power. Every 5 moves, the best architects in the world raise or improve your castle 1 level. So do I get to choose something with this, or?
They move with such dignity.
What are we doing?
You wish.
I don't know what happened. You can just kind of watch the screen, but each day tasks are placed before you. You receive additional reward of service. Inform you of new tasks. Wow, interesting way to ask to show me notifications. We'll do priesthood, outlaws, or army. So what we're going to do now is we're going to ghost. We're going to ghost the priesthood and the outlaws because we don't care about either one. Separation of church and state, am I right? Permit the enlistment of students into the militia during time of war. Students. I mean... or during time of war, but I'm not going to declare a war. Like, the thinkers don't like that. I don't like that either, but I mean, permitting it is different than forcing it. Go back to the thinkers, make them happy. Command the church to allocate the church. Allocate money for the quest, for the philosophy. Okay, sure. Full Metal Alchemist fan over here. Who didn't like that? Who is that second one? The church doesn't like that. So again, I'm gonna keep ghosting the priesthood and the outlaws, putting criminals and the clergy in the same boat. Permit servants move from one marquee to another. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. The nobility doesn't like that. Just giving them maybe too much freedom. Toughen the penalty for hunting in the Count's woods without permission. I mean, sure, at least that's a law. You know, that'll piss off the commoners, but it really shouldn't, because it's like, okay, you shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, we're gonna stick with this, so we're just ignoring the other two. Permit the hussars to conduct duels with cannons. I mean, is this like for fun, or is it... I don't understand that. What is the meaning of that? We're just doing it for sport. That's cool. We kind of keep getting to see that mechanic over time. Thinkers. This is a notable person. Not so notable as you are, of course. You will meet more of them during your rule. All of your notable acquaintances can be seen in the gallery. Isaac Newton. The historic figure was added to the gallery. The barber shaves those who do not shave themselves. Consequently, if the barber shaves himself, he himself doesn't shave. What? If the barber doesn't shave himself, he shaves himself. What the fuck are you talking about? The barber shaves those who do not shave themselves. Consequently, if he shaves himself, he doesn't shave. If the barber doesn't shave himself, he shaves himself. Your royal head has been aching for a week now. Life in the kingdom has come to a standstill. Is that because of what he just said, or just in general? My head was aching. Or like we gotta meet the outlaws and get one of them to do some vigilante justice to take out a noble for us to save our head from corruption. Command the knights to dig a well in the village. See, the number one thing I always say in my absolutist philosophy is like, it's when people treat everything like, oh, things are just normal, and this is the way things are meant to be, and oh, just another normal day in our life. Like, that's when you allow corruption and the elite of any era of human civilization to take root, right? You should never be so complacent and at peace, but people often are, right? The whole bread and circuses effect that you get. Command the knights to dig a well in the village where they took up quarters. Don't get this. I don't know what that even means. I don't know what either of those meant. If Golden Axe indicates your popularity is very high, I pissed off the commoners. 3 axe marks, they will turn red. Try not to drop to this. I don't know what happened even. I can't even explain it. Some of these prompts are a little unclear. I gotta piss off the nobility in favor of the peasants now. Forbid military drummers from practicing in the morning hours. No, I'm not going to. The military can do whatever it wants. And apparently that'll wake up the commoners, but they don't mind. It seems like the army and the commoners are more of like mind. Increase the supply of suckling pigs for the army. Yes, absolutely. Fuck the nobility. Knights have stopped fitting into their armor. The blacksmiths are swamped with work overload to enlarge the suits of armor. Yeah, the army's going to be on my side when the nobles try to come after me. So, they'll protect me. The commoners are pissed at me. Construct a new nautical academy at the expense of the abbey. Yeah, fuck the church and fuck the nobility. So, the only one we're really in trouble with is you see, that's what we keep doing. We keep playing them against each other. We'll piss off the nobility at the expense of the church, and then we'll piss off the church at the expense of the nobility. For a long period of time, this faction has not been in the red zone once. For this reason, they've expressed their support and respect for you. Your reputation increased one across for all factions that people love you, except for the actual commoners. Celebrate. Pikemen went out to celebrate. Celebrate with the people. Oh, that got me out of the red at least. So let's see if my priorities are panning out. My number 1 priority is the army. My number 2 is the thinker. My number 3 is the commoner, which isn't quite right. And then after that, the nobility, I guess. The outlaws are way too high. I've been ghosting them the whole fucking time. But I guess in a weird way, that's actually what they want, because they don't want attention drawn to themselves. New tavern for the knights, absolutely. We're gonna suck up to the army all day. Right, that's gotta be the thing. When shit hits the fan, the army better have my back, right? The nobility will try to have me assassinated, right? And I think he keeps trying to pop up an ad, but it's not working for some reason. Tycho Brahe lost his nose. Okay, this has some typos. Never mind the Isaac Newton thing where his brain was just fried. Lost his nose in a duel with a knight. Punished the indiscreet war dog. Lost his nose in a duel with a knight. What does that even mean, though? The indiscreet war dog. The knight was not satisfied with cutting off the nose of the great astronomer, and is even threatening to leave him earless. I feel like some of these are just very unclear with what it's actually telling you. A horrible series of fires has swallowed our kingdom. Every single citizen is fighting against a fire disaster. Okay, so how is that my fault? Lowered the same faction to the red zone 3 times in one game. What? Oh, I thought that's actually a mechanic in the game. So the outlaws can burn, the thinkers are okay. -8 for the army, but I didn't do anything to deserve that. Like, what do you mean? I mean, we'll help you with the fire. Like, what is this? Permit the gathering of berries in the forest belonging to the universities. Okay. The thinkers are mad at me, but I mean, what good have they done us now, dude? They suck. Meeting with the nobility in a time of crisis, but ban the commoners from placing their cards diagonally, no. Right, we're on the commoner side. We meet with them just to piss them off, basically. These thinkers are fucking useless. Treasury has been emptied out. Send messengers. Okay. Why aren't any of these addressing the fire, though? Appropriate parcels of land for the needs of the army. Parcels of land for the needs of the army from holdings up to viscounts, yes. We gotta be careful with the nobility right now. Commoners are back up. Conspiracy. The ungrateful musicians sneak. Your popularity amongst the faction has fallen to such a level that these conspirators have started plotting against you. Of all the people to do it, it has to be the thinkers, not the fucking aristocracy. This is pretty cool, though. I do like this game. The ungrateful musicians sneak guns into the palace in their instrument cases. Organize a concert with fireworks on the water. Sneak guns into the palace. I mean, that is kind of... The army should have my back on that. Yeah, fuck them, dude. No, the army should be happy about that. Acted like a natural-born monarch, this faction has been eliminated from the game for 5 moves. Your popularity will increase again. Really? After fucking locking them up? Introduce fencing? I'm counting on the army, though. I want to see this. I'm gonna piss off the aristocracy nobility so much that they're gonna try to kill me, and then I want the army to have my back. Okay, the outlaws are fine. Forget about the other people. The commoners are happy, so the church can just get the fuck out of here. Permit the capturing of fur-bearing animals on lands belonging to feudal lords. Well, you know. What does that mean? Like, so I didn't have a choice. Flog them. Either I flog them or I just say, well, you know. Okay, that's fine. Conspiracy again. Your omniscience. The great cardinal has already been spinning a plot against you for a long time. Demote the cardinal to a bishop. Reward the cardinal with a country estate confiscated from the disgraced marquises. it seems like I'm being a bit of a tyrant, but they are plotting against me. Non-stop conspiracies. The angered Viscounts want to arrange an uprising. Would that really be a realistic solution, the royal balls? Fuck up, dude. Repress a faction to a critical threshold 10 times in a session. Like, just get rid of all 3 of those. That's my dream come true. Even though I don't have anything against the Thinkers. I'd rather switch the Thinkers and the... just lock them all up. Switch the Thinkers and the Outlaws. Now while they're all locked up, I'm gonna make the army even stronger. Yeah, fuck the nobles, dude. Just piss them off all the more. Your treasure is empty. Okay, let's suck up to the Thinkers a little bit. Slave trade is unacceptable. Command the release of slaves. Fine, I'll release 1. Just 1, just as a spectacle. As a highly publicized spectacle. Celebrate. Hussars went out to celebrate in your honor. Celebrate with the people. A little propaganda never hurt anybody. We recovered pretty well from that, actually. Let's go back to the commoners because I think we skipped them. Build a new mill. Let the merchants pay. Where are they all going? Yeah, this is like a dream come true, right? The army, the Thinkers, and the commoners, and just get rid of the fucking outlaws. Hold out for 30 moves, although barely. I think I was under some duress there. See, I haven't met with the church or the outlaws once. The Hussars are requesting to tell the gypsies tell them their fortunes for free. Okay. Would the gypsies be considered outlaws or what? Why would the church be mad about that? What does they even have to do with them? Oh, still goes to nobility even. Permit student duels with swords. I mean, I can permit it, but is that what they want, or? I don't understand why that even matters. The Duke requests permission to move into abandoned castle. Okay, if it's abandoned. Why would the nobility care about that? Or, I mean, the commoners even care about that. I should give it to homeless people instead. Forbid the culverin firers from check the... It seems pretty polished for the most part, but there are some typos. Firers from check the accuracy of guns by shooting at flocks. Accuracy is an important thing. And apparently the commoners hate that. I swear I'm misunderstanding some of these prompts, but we must hurry. The monks have rebelled, there's going to be trouble. I don't like this whole thing of bribing them with shit. How did the commoners get mad about stuff like this, man? They get mad about everything. Your Majesty, our kingdom has become so wealthy the barbarians have decided to attack us and take possession of our treasures. Our army has taken military action in order to defeat that enemy to gather more than 10 swords. If the number of swords becomes too few, you lose. Come on, man. Don't waste your time. The war is costing us too much. But we made the military so strong. Arrogant neighbors have declared war on us. Our army has set out to defend the kingdom. What does that mean? The blacksmiths are contriving to deprive us of the anointing of sovereign God. In other words, you. The blacksmiths in iron, how ironic. I mean, I don't even have the money for that. Treasury is empty. I'm getting non-stop conspiracies. Comb the forest and catch the Raga muffins. Throw them in prison. Bandits are preparing something horrible. Looks like they're going to organize a palace takeover. Like everyone's ganging up on me at the same time. And this is the first ad that's actually worked. But no, this game is pretty good. Aside from the constant typos that we keep seeing. How long is this ad gonna go for? What the fuck? Like, how does it take this long? It's like you have to pretend to do it and then back off. What the fuck? Comb the forest and catch the ragamuffin, throw them in prison. Okay, so we aren't able to do the army here either. Let a faction go in the red zone at least once. I mean, I want to give the army whatever it wants, but this isn't working. Archers requesting permission to buy a trial consignment of Russian. Since when did Russia come into this? What time period are we in? If we get them up to a 10, but I can't do it. I'm gonna run out of those, and then it's gonna try to force me to pay to win with the microtransaction shut. Fortify the security of universities at nighttime. Is this really the time to do that, though? Oh, that didn't bother the army, at least. You've imprisoned this faction twice and really angered them. A weapon icon has appeared on the faction, meaning they can arrange for an assassination if you lower them down to the red zone. You have enough money to employ a guard for yourself. Bodyguard will save your life. But how do I do that? Oh, here. You may employ a guard, sacrifice their life for you. Can I, like, turn... Fuck. They're really gonna do that to try to make me survive. Triple the duration of Valen or Serfdom. Who will we be receiving? More like, who will we be pissing off? Now I'm forced to meet with the church. We should meet with one of the ones who is in prison, and we can have like a Hannibal Lecter type interaction. Increase the penalties for washing in the public bathhouse. Okay. Assassination. A hired killer sent for you the best crossbowmen in the kingdom. And they succeeded because the army is fucking useless despite my rapid growth of stunt writing. That's my legacy. Fuck off. If only I had those 50 gems that you would have had to pay real money for, but to be fair, I did waste them a lot on some other random shit throughout. So that was pretty good. I do like those kind of choice-based games. They feel very appropriate and fitting on mobile. So let me try maybe one more thing here. It's hard for me to judge the quality of this mic because it feels like, I don't know. Let me listen back to it once more, actually. Yeah, who needs a proper AFK screen when you could just do this? It feels like I almost need to lower the game sound a little bit because it always seems too high somehow. The, whatever, most of the game audio. So let me try. We failed that. Maybe in the same spirit, we should do Reigns 3K, but again, we had played the original Reigns and died in that. Let's try this thing actually. Rush Royale. So is this actually associated with Clash Royale or Clash of Clans? Except it could just be one that kind of plays off of it, but in PvP, defeated monsters are moved to your enemies. Where's the music? So many games have bugged out sound on mobile for some reason, or at least when you're streaming. It fucks it up. First off, summon units for that mana is used. You get mana for defeating a monster. It's like a tower defense game that may or may not be PvP related. So I didn't really get to choose what to summon though and where to put them. Your units can't handle the enemy advance. Summon a few more. Okay. This is not exactly what I was expecting it to be, but units and monsters, oh, I hate this mechanic in every fucking game. Oh, I hate that. Summon 2 identical ones. As you can see, the results are random. Merging to rank 2 preserves the power of your units, but starting at rank 3, they will lose some power. Merge 2 units. The results are random, as in what? They can become like a different color? Why is that even... A unit of the 4th merge rank is strong but deals less damage than the 8 units of the 1st merge rank. Seems kind of dumb, actually. It doesn't look like he'll do it in time, but monsters deal damage to the gate when they reach it. Normal monsters deal 1 damage, monsters and mini monsters deal 2 damage. You monsters got through, you lost 2 hearts, summon 8 more units. Monsters are attacking again, don't miss any. 1 more hit and it'll fall. Well, I can't exactly do anything. Fun and interactive game. Unit merging, mana power up. Summon the units. But yeah, so he got carried away with the evolution stuff, that's why we lost the 2 hearts. What the fuck? It's scripted to actually keep doing this to you. You need more power, but you only have mana to summon 1 unit. Now you can just power them up, but maybe it doesn't give you any visual feedback for that, like the, you know, upgrades affect all units, but those already summoned, new ones that will be summoned. Battle against an opponent. Put yourself in battle. Defeated monsters go to your opponent's side. You can count on your hero in battle. When your bar is full, you can use the hero's ability. But you won't even tell me what that is, I guess. Let's just upgrade some units. Captain's ability, I skipped it. Can stop B. Excellent. Use the knowledge you have acquired to hold out longer than your opponent. You should keep upgrading these, just color-coded kind of nonsense here. Victory. So that couldn't have been an actual person, could it? Yeah, even in a PvP sense, it would still be permadeath. Like, playing PvP mode to advance units over arenas. Oh, it must be, though. It must be, because they couldn't copy this so... Otherwise, this is a blatant ripoff. Right? Because this is literally Clash Royale graphics. But where does it give you the feedback that it actually is? Even the UI is like that. There's no way they could be this deliberately copying it, right? There's proponents on the Isle of Random. Alright, so it's kind of random how I get to even summon those, but we, I feel like that's what I want to do first, is just summon as much shit as possible, and then we can start to upgrade them, or we can combine them. Right, so now we have an incentive to upgrade that one. Right, that seems worth it, but then I won't combine those. Oh, we're getting kind of lucky, see that we keep getting the same one. This is kind of a cool mechanic, like how the ones that I destroy will get, Okay, the yellow ones are kind of negligible. The only ones I want to keep upgrading are the same ones that I already have. Victory. Do I get to change my name somehow in here? Play in PvP mode. That would be crazy though if this was a knockoff. They're copying the visuals and aesthetic and everything so directly. I almost want to look that up. Is this game, what's it called? Rush Royale. Is that affiliated with Clash Royale or not? Rush Royale affiliated with Clash Royale. No, it's not affiliated. Well, then it's a big fucking scam rip. Actually have the menus looking all this down to the T, the background. That's so stupid. It's one thing if you want to take some basic gameplay mechanics or something, but and even the gameplay is a little bit different. You gotta prioritize whichever ones you happen to be lucky enough to get, right, as far as upgrading them. So, try to get as many units first as we can. Let's get rid of the red ones, yellow ones. Blue, like we don't have a good enough theme going. I guess I could upgrade those ones. Here are the little archers. Right, and then it gives me an incentive not to upgrade them, or I mean not to combine them. Kind of like the shape under it indicates that it's like a different level or different power or something. Whenever I do well in these games too, it makes it seem like, oh, they must be bots that I'm playing against. Because how could anybody be that bad to lose to me? But where is my yeah, the UI and everything, that's insane. That's like a lawsuit waiting to happen. How do I change my name though? You know, just because I don't like this generic name that I have. Grouping units, oh, here we go, bro. Here we go. That's so dumb, dude. It's one thing you want to copy a game, but why do you have to copy the look of it and all that? It's like when The Mentalist, one of my favorite TV shows, but they copy Psych, the premise, right? Like, oh, he's a fake psychic detective, whatever. But then that's fine. But then they copy certain actual episodes and plot points. Like, there's one where a guy defuses a bomb, like, kind of to expose the killer. They kind of pretend like a bomb's about to go off, and only the killer could defuse it. So then they, you know, one free nickname change. Like, don't copy the exact specifics of it. If you copy the overall premise and stuff, that's fine. Okay, let's do another one. Seems very easy so far, though. I should fuck around with my deck, I guess, a little bit. At the beginning, I'll just try to stack stuff up, but I kind of... whatever you happen to get the most of, then I try to upgrade. And again, it's all random shit. I could combine them for now, but I don't really want to. 3 blue. I'll go like until my yellow, until I get my power up, and then I'll... Okay, the blue is definitely the one to upgrade then. it seems like, oh, he's winning, but it's all part of my master plan. Upgrade the blue, we do that. Now we're gonna have a massive up tilt here. Let's combine some of these. We'll do combine that. Also get a blue from that, which it does apply to. Wait. Oh shit, we actually lost. Damn, I was talking all that shit, but how did he do that? Okay, I guess Permadeath challenge failed. So that one's gone through. There's no real high stakes though, because there's so many things to choose between.
Okay, so today I'm going to test streaming on my Starlink yet again. So I've done a couple of these sessions where I've tried to do my debate format and bring back some of my absolutist philosophy topics, but it was crashing quite a bit, so I don't know exactly how to control that. It could be that like you go in certain locations where it's not as strong, or like you go under something. If there's like something above your head, so it blocks it, like some trees or something. Like, I don't really know how it determines it. Like, it still seems better overall than using a phone service, but yeah, let me discuss something almost a little more lighthearted or just random stuff today. Like, what are some topics in the world currently that people would be fixated on? Like there's this thing with Trump and like Elon Musk and stuff like that it would make it seem like, oh, you must be defending them or you must be fans of them, when it doesn't have to be that. It's just more like selective, right? So let's look at Elon Musk. People would say, oh, you own a Tesla, or oh, not that I do, I'm just saying if somebody does. Or like even having the Starlink, like, wow, imagine having that, because Elon Musk is a big bad billionaire. The problem with that is what you're really punishing is honesty and him being vocal, not saying that what he says is right or true. It means more like that he's expressive, right? Elon Musk likes to share his views, whatever they might be. He's very open about them. Whereas most billionaires are clandestine, they hide in the background, they stay out of public view, they try to be unobjectionable and just, politically correct. So what you're really doing is, the one time a billionaire actually says what they really think, now you kill them because you disagree with it, instead of at least respecting the fact that, I at least appreciate that you're willing to be vocal, willing to have the conversation, willing to say what you think and be honest, even if you might face repercussions for it. Right, so it's like, do you know every single billionaire, every single wealthy corporation and its owners? Do you know these people? Do you vouch for their views? Do you, know everything what they believe about every single thing? This is the problem, like, with the sort of cancel culture thing, is it's so selective. So I call it sort of rule by omission, the idea that, so if everybody else you assume is perfect, but then because Elon Musk says what he thinks, now you blame him or you treat him negatively. It's like every other billionaire might be just as bad or worse, but they're not going to say their views. They're going to hide them. They're going to stay in the dark, stay in the background. So that's the difference, is like, he's vocal about it. So in a way, that's a good thing. Even if you disagree with what he says, at least he's open about it. Whereas mostly powerful people tend to stay in the background and don't want to do that. Or what they'll say is just very, textbook politically correct. So that's my issue with it. It doesn't mean you even have to like them or defend them or anything. That's often the trap I get caught in, which isn't really a trap, but it's just kind of annoying, where like I end up defending people who I might not even like, but I just defend them against fallacies that aren't, obviously by definition, a fallacy that doesn't make sense or doesn't have value. So right? I would do the same thing across the board. So it's more important to have a sound reason for what you're doing than simply, you know, than simply having the outcome. Right, you could have like a sound process. Basically of how you get there or how you get to where you want to go. So today I was actually planning to do a long mobile stream, actually like playing mobile games and stuff, but just to, you know, keep trying to flesh that out, even though I keep trying to get immersed, but then it's very distracting because there's so many things to choose from, but then it wouldn't work, and I had some other setup I was trying to do, and so it ended up not even happening. But yeah, the Elon Musk thing is unfortunate because it assumes too much, right? It doesn't mean he's a good guy or you shouldn't take issue with what he says or this or that, but do you know every other billionaire or big corporation and stuff like this? Do you know them as well as that you know him? Does the media put a microscope on them as much? Does it like you know, you're assuming everybody is perfect because they just don't say anything, and then you assume he's the worst because he's actually willing to talk and have the conversation and state his opinions, because in that sense, he has nothing to gain for it either. That's why this is where the media goes berserk, like, oh, he does a little hand gesture and people are trying to make it out to be something, like this was a while ago. I just love that perception of liberals or Democrats or whatever it is, the left, a lot. Like, everybody is who you don't agree with or who's a Republican or whatever is just the worst person ever. And yet, somehow it's like your fault for not I don't know, I forgot what I was even saying. It's like it's your fault for not accounting for that. What else do we have? So basically you're in a position to, again, be selective. If you knew everyone else as well as you know him, if everyone was as vocal as he is, right, would actually have some significant impact. Versus, again, the most common fallacy and issue most of the time that people have in general is like just accepting things the way they are kind of blindly and just, you know, doing that without any second thought. So that's the big fallacy of like the initial mindedness that, you know, society overall will value that. Like, it'll value I don't know. Okay, let me think of another topic, but again, that's my main issue with it, right? It doesn't even mean that what you're saying is wrong per se, although a lot of the time it's embellished, but it's the selective nature of it. If you knew everybody else as well as Trump or as well as Elon Musk, or if you put a microscope on them, or if you know, watch their every move, right, there's no doubt you'd find flaws. So even that is a fallacy that you may see in countries like China or something, that like somebody really did do something wrong, but they only go after them when, right if they have some political dissidence or disagreement. Let me think, what else can we discuss here? I'm doing this in a way just to test, again, the Starlink's capability and the mobile streaming. But also trying to fit in almost like the debate format element here that I would do. So what else can I do here? I basically get to, again, you're looking at sort of a selective myopic treatment, which allows you to it's not that they're even good or that they aren't bad, but people will hyperfixate and focus on every little thing Trump does, or one of these people do, and then you ignore those same things or take them for granted in the presence of other presidents or something like that. What I can do is I can discuss the fact of historical basis where I don't know, I'm a little tired, but it's a situation where I definitely want basically just to get back there. What else? It's hard to do this when I'm so tired, but no, we can have like testing the kind of, I was testing earlier the Bluetooth mic with the sound because I use it as a headphone basically, but then let me think here. You have to be able to try and figure it out from the other perspective, so... Okay, so today I'm going to be doing another mobile stream, and this is while driving, and this is also on my Starlink Mini on my dashboard, and my I'm using my Bluetooth headphone as a speaker as well as the mic, so I guess I typically haven't done that while driving. So the iPhone mic is supposed to be good, right? The speaker on the iPhone, but it's just always either I'm talking too loud or it's like too sensitive. I even see people holding that out in like interviews and stuff. Right, like they're interviewing an athlete and they're holding out a fucking iPhone in their face. Like that must mean it's pretty good quality, right? But somehow, I don't know. So let's just discuss random stuff.
I don't feel like doing a proper episode of the absolutist philosophy unless I know for sure it's going to work. But the one good thing is it doesn't seem like the weather, not to jinx it, but the weather doesn't really affect it as much as, like, even the clouds don't seem to affect it. It's more so just if there's some physical object in between, like a tree or something like that, right? Which you would think a cloud would almost have the same effect, but yeah, let's think about some interesting things to talk about. I mean, again, the whole chess drama with everybody scapegoating Kramnik. That's just one topic that I find fascinating, right? So the same people who would say that Hans Niemann cheated over the board in a highly vetted in-person event where he's being searched and stuff, right? The same people who say that would not believe that somebody could be cheating online. And again, it doesn't matter who it is, right? Like, I'm not saying any accusation is true. What I mean is just in a broad sense, like, the issue of online cheating is the real enemy, right? You can talk about Kramnik all you want, but there'll be other examples, like the fact that accusations like that are even possible is the issue, right? Like, you could accuse the most honest, trustworthy person ever, right? And the reason why that accusation is even possible is because it's online, so you never know what somebody could be doing, right? Just like even in person over the board, apparently you still can't know what people are doing. So there's something missing with that picture. Let me try to recap maybe on those three. Like, I don't know why I like doing that more so in this context of while driving. It seems to make more sense because I could just sit there and do it like anytime, but it seems to make more sense this way almost. The absolutist philosophy. Because you're not really doing anything. It's not like you're playing something. You're just talking. Or that's the one joke I always made. Like, I'm a grandmaster and I'm playing correspondence chess while driving using my voice. Like somebody could be doing that, right? That's a pretty funny form of content that probably nobody's ever done before. Or not even correspondence. It's like, pretend Magnus is like driving in his car or something, or doing something really intensive, but yet he's still able to play chess, like obviously mentally and with his voice. But he'll just be blurting out moves and playing bullet at a higher level than anybody else, even with his voice. So yeah, the whole issue is the fact that, again, it's amazing how much chess drama there's been, but it's no accident or it's no coincidence, right? That's what a lot of these streamers have fed off of and really turned it into. And so it's an unfortunate thing because you realize that, all these streamers who'd now be putting out like for example, I'm a nobody, but I defended Hans Niemann and said that there was no basis to say he cheated, right? That was very early on in that accusation. So, a lot of these same streamers who bolster drama and make a big thing out of it for clicks, right? And would have jumped all over Hans Niemann. I think we're missing the whole point with that, and I don't like it because thankfully nothing bad happened with Hans, and yes, of course, assassinate his character to justify it. Like, well, he's cheated online in the past, but the way that Hans was treated was very unfair. And so, like, what if something happened there? Would all the big streamers be accountable, or they even should still be accountable because nothing was proven and it's a false accusation? So it shows you just the power that they're able to bolster drama and make it a big thing, even if there's no basis to it whatsoever. And so it allows you to see how stupid that is. Like, I love the paranoia of cheating in chess, whether it be because Magnus did that or it just feels like Magnus didn't get the proper comeuppance for that. So he makes a false accusation. The media runs with it. A lot of people run with it, right? The public is making memes about it and stuff. And then Magnus doesn't face any repercussions for it, and even in a way, he gets celebrated for it. Like, oh, he's people somehow defend him, or they people somehow defend him, or they decide to kind of dunk on Hans. Like, oh look, Hans just lost to somebody in a tournament. Wow, that proves he must have been cheating all this time until now. Like, when even in that same event that he supposedly cheated, he lost to Magnus that particular game, or I mean, he beat Magnus in that particular game where he was accused, but then he ended up losing that match. So like, oh, maybe because the spotlight's on him now, he won't cheat anymore. But again, this whole character assassination thing is kind of bad because it's like you can assume he wants to do it. Like we assume that of people in society in general, right? Like everybody would break the law. That's why we have laws. Like, so we assume the intent. It's more so about the means now. How did they get away with it? That this is like a Darwinistic and even within my absolutist philosophy principle, like it comes down to ability, not morality. Like, are you good enough to get away with it? Are you good enough to do something? Right, that's really the defining factor, not whether, oh, it's you're a good person or not, or right or wrong. As much as we might want to believe that, if somebody's good enough to do something and get away with it, then you can't stop them. And, yeah, I've given mobile streaming and mobile gaming a real shot this last month or so. For whatever reason, I just wanted to do that because it started with me just unboxing a bunch of stuff. But then since one of the things I unboxed was the iPhone 16, I figured, oh, I may as well try it. And it's a pretty miserable experience, not just because mobile games maybe suck or the whole thing is dumb, but between the internet and the constant crashes or the one thing I just wish that would happen in here is that like people come in and actually discuss something with me, which might seem a little bit much, but like it's just nice. Then they give me like something to talk about because like here I'm just kind of randomly going, and if I'm doing my debate format points, then obviously that's relevant. But and this like when the snow is coming at you is an interesting effect because it does almost blind you a little bit, like because it makes everything look so I don't know. It's like some sort of illusion. But yeah, this is kind of a sad state of streaming if this is what I'm actually doing because I feel like, it's not really what I want to do, but it works. In the sense that it's just like a filler type category. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. Right, my filler category went from chess to just chatting because, even that I'm not doing as much now. But I'll say like I never studied chess, but I did learn one thing about it, and the one thing I learned was that you can't really be good at it without studying, which maybe seems obvious, but even at a relatively low to intermediate level, you feel like there's no point because it's a situation where people still do study. It feels like so. Again, there's not necessarily anything wrong with it, although I do dislike it at that level because then it feels like okay, you're just flexing, and it's like you're trying to show off something that well anybody could study that, or anybody could just do that, or there's like some trending take now that Magnus is saying that chess is ruined now because of AI, which is a typical within my debate format. That would always be the term I would use, the machination process. It's a fallacy that like back in my day we had to do this, and then the older generation will always say that. So that's missing the point, right? Like, yeah, computers have been better than people for a while now, and that doesn't invalidate the game. And AI and other, more advanced stuff going forward also doesn't invalidate the game. So this notion that, all it's doing is revealing the nature of the game. So maybe it's not so much that AI is to blame, it's just that the game itself is simple. Chess is a simple game relative to other things. Like, so now the technology will reveal that to you, right? Reveal its simplicity or make it as easy as possible for people to learn it. But yeah, that's kind of stupid to diminish it like that because that's always been the case, right? Every step of the way, there'll be some other technological improvement, and then you'll blame that for all the problems that you have, right? So it's like, so yeah, that's a dumb thing because again, everybody's under the same condition too. I sometimes have to say this in a sports context, like, oh, it's a weak era, but if it's so weak, why weren't they? I love that as a qualifier too. People say that about Paul Morphy too in chess. Like, okay, Morphy's greatness is overrated and he's not the GOAT or whatever because his competition was weak and his era was weak, right? So think about what you're saying. The era was weak, but he was great. So what does that mean? Like, right? Like, wasn't he part of that same era? Wasn't he born in that era? Didn't he have to deal with all the weaknesses of that era? So in other words, he overcame it and beat everybody else who was playing under the same circumstances. So how can you say that disadvantages him, like, or gives him an advantage? Like, oh, he's playing in this weak era. Wow, so pathetic. But whatever it is that makes it weak, like for example in chess, oh, we have a lesser state of theory. We don't have a bunch of books to read. We don't have the engine. We don't have very many resources. So everyone has to deal with that, and that's part of the reason why it's weak. But but everybody had to deal with that, including him. So how does that benefit him or diminish his greatness, right? Like, so if you take away all that those advantages from Magnus and put him back in that era, maybe he wouldn't be as good. Maybe he wouldn't be, or he certainly wouldn't be as good as he is. But like, maybe he wouldn't be as good as Paul Morphy, right? It's impossible to judge that. So, whereas other players under the same conditions as Magnus can do what he not can't do what he's doing, but they can be pretty close, like 2800 and stuff. So it's like you sometimes mistake what it's really about, right? The technology available has way more of an impact than the individual, right? Like you could be, I don't know. So the other thing that I want to say is the fact that there's so many fallacies in chess that it's kind of shocking, actually. The biggest one is that, oh, it makes you smarter. If you're smart, you're good at it, even though it's not, because um, it's more about borrowed knowledge and this and that. So if you really commit to it, then you can see how far you can go. But it's not like it's definitely not an innate game the way that I maybe originally thought or always said. Like, oh, if you just play it for the first time or kind of raw, and oh wow, it'll if you're good or you're smart or whatever, you'll immediately be good. But that's not how it works. So you have to really study and really commit to it. Jesus Christ, now we're getting quite the drive here. So I tried this thing from Chick-fil-A, peppermint, like a peppermint shake. And it's actually pretty good. It's got kind of a lighter flavor. I typically don't like peppermint stuff, but they didn't have what I normally get, which is like a lemonade. So now, and I guess it makes sense because it's basically winter now, but They just had it like last week when I went. Should I rank more fast food related things since I had done that little tier list there? Man. Yeah, those are like the two series I have ongoing, like the 2K stuff, and then the mobile games, and then I like how I found a thematic way to do that. Like, oh, I don't normally do anything for Halloween, but since I happen to be doing mobile streaming anyway, I may as well try to find something on there to do. Right, like mobile horror games, so it kind of segues pretty well into that. So, what else do we have here? I got to go in with maybe an itinerary of stuff to talk about, or I don't know. Those episodes were pretty good that I just did, the absolute philosophy, but the problem is the audio quality is not going to be the greatest, so that's kind of a little messed up. So let me think. Let me think. Oh yeah, let me talk about some NBA stuff since whatever is happening. Like Wemby is kind of going crazy, playing great. I don't know that he'll maintain it through the whole season or something, but there's like a whole training montage caliber thing where you feel like in the off season, oh, he trained with monks and he trained with Hakeem and he did this and that. So now, people are really glazing that up, which is fine, but so what else can I discuss here? That's always the fallacy. Like, why are tinted windows always banned or illegal in a lot of places? Like, oh, because you should be able to see inside in case there's something bad happening. But I don't know. It feels like it should be an option that you have. Okay, what else? What else? The 2028 presidential election. Like, oh, if think about it, like the logic of a Trump voter to some extent, right? You want an outsider, you want to shake things up and things like that. So what it means is, what if you like, I don't know, I forgot what I was even saying, but no, it's like perhaps was not the greatest time to be driving in the first place, but it's okay. Or that's kind of the advantage, despite whatever else is like at nighttime or in certain conditions. It's like, oh, it could be harder to drive, but then it makes it better because you don't have to deal with other people as much. If there's just less people on the road, so the two kind of almost counteract each other. Or yeah, even when there's this light early season snow, there'll be all these plows and stuff out dropping dropping salt and stuff, and everybody's like not ready for it. Or some places they even use sand. That's what somebody was telling me. Instead of salt, they'll use sand, whether it's because it's cheaper or more effective or something. But no, I tend to be very slow if it means, you'd rather just be safe and slow and it doesn't matter. But then somebody will start to tailgate you and stuff. That's always one of the great conflicts of society is like the high beam, low beam thing, like turning it off when you run into somebody, when you're passing somebody. Damn. Or this is almost where you, that'd be interesting. You should almost do your camera shit now. Like, I got to figure out how to do that. Not that I like to show really anything IRL, but like I could show my dash cam. It's like, wow, this is actually show like some crazy blizzard happening or something. Or whatever. People just like some sort of visual feedback better than just me leaving this notepad thing open, basically. But the worst is like the early season when nobody's ready for it. People don't know how to drive or whatever. But then also like the plows maybe aren't ready and in full rotation. So even if the snow itself isn't that bad, it could be a bad time because it'll be like the roads are pretty untouched and they're not ready for it. They're not used to it yet for the season. So so what we need to do is figure out, let me think of another topic. I should like dig into my phone notes one of these times. I can't do it now, obviously, but I just read through some of those and let that be a topic because yeah, let me think of another topic here, like the fact that you have like how would a philosopher rationalize what I call favoritism in the sense that escapism and entertainment and stuff like that, like that would hurt their credibility the same way that you would say, okay, you abide by the longevity process, that like, oh, you're trying to live as long as possible, but then, oh, you smoke and you drink and this and that. So that means you don't have any credibility or basis to outwardly insist upon something or tell others what to do, because your supposed measure of value is the fact that um, your base of value is supposedly, okay, you're trying to live as long as possible, but then you cut that short at various times for convenience or pleasure, hedonism. So I call it half-mass hedonism that you decide to you decide to base your whole life around it, which is always something interesting. And then trying to think what other topics could we touch on? Or like, okay, I predicted Luka will win the MVP this year because it just feels like the right storyline type moment. You're in a big market. You're on the Lakers. You're trying to prove yourself. You left Dallas, obviously. Well, I mean, they traded you. You didn't leave like by choice, but right. So all of that is a good storyline. And Luke is a player who feels like he should already have an MVP. So at some point, you're gonna have to give him one. Like it just feels kind of obligatory, overdue, and it's like the Kobe Shaq effect, right? Most people would have Kobe and Shaq both in their top 10, at least, players of all time. Uh, but even if you do that, then I'm going like super slow and pissing people off behind me now, but I don't care. Like, or if you're in front, it could be different for you than the people behind you because you're at least carving a path as you go. The thing is that you get to, I can't tell if that would help you like stay awake or make you more tired. The fact that you're talking and stuff like this. I try to never use that as an excuse in my playthroughs and stuff like, oh, because I was streaming or because I was giving commentary that somehow hurt my performance. Like, even though yes, you could say it's distracting, it doesn't mean that that's why you would die or something. They overtook me. See, that's the real danger is these fucking clowns who drive like this. Not, or you can say I'm a clown too, but you can't overtake me and stuff. But I like how they actually obey that, even though there's nobody around in front of us clearly, and they could have easily overtaken at any time. They waited a super long time until we got to that dotted line on our side, and then they did change. So they obeyed that so religiously, even though there was nobody else out there. Let me see, what else could we discuss here? Uh, 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 so if you, let me think. Yeah, I need maybe more of a structure a little bit to play off of and stuff like that before I expect that right now. So, okay, so today I'm going to do another iPhone mobile stream, and again, this is while driving on the Starlink. I just keep mentioning that even for my own benefit, like to compare.
So now I'm on 720p instead of 1080p. And you might think, why does that matter? And why do I even have to be that high? But because, you know, it's like, just to see if I wanted to do something more intensive, like if I was sitting in my car playing a game, or I don't know exactly why I would need to do that. But because I keep doing these speed tests, and for some reason now it's a little bit lower, maybe because of the time of day, like it's later at night. I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's a good analogy for Elon Musk or even Donald Trump or something. Like, people talk all this shit about them and don't like them, but it's like they're doing something that other people don't do. Like, why should I have to use his product then if he's such a bad guy? Right? Somebody else should make it and make something better, but they all suck. Phone services and hotspots, none of them work for this purpose. I mean, so yeah, I'm just going to discuss random stuff here. I was trying to get in a rhythm with that, but between the audio quality not being that good, and so now I'm using the iPhone mic, whereas last time I was trying to use the Bluetooth headphone, so I don't know even what that's going to sound like, because you get a lot of background noise, you know, you can hear the car and stuff, which is sometimes okay, even that can be a good ambiance, but it's a situation where I don't really know if that's worth doing. Because that's the kind of stuff that people focus on. Even within my objective, you know, discussions, I would talk about that. Like, you know, you got to do face cam, and you got to appeal to the stimuli acme, and you have to, you know, it's about the form of it, not the substance of it, right? That's how society operates. That's how you're ruled by omission, as I call it, my concept. Like, people care about and are controlled easily by the appearance of things rather than the reality. And so what that means is it allows you to, you know, if you, you know, it's one of those things, like a minimalist or somebody who is trying to stand for something of value, right? Like, let's say, okay, I stand for true value and true merit, and even if I fall before that standard, whatever, it's fine. But the problem is, that if people don't value that, then you'll fail by that metric, or you'll do a lot worse, right? So it's like, you want to be a chess streamer, and you want to actually be good at chess, but you won't do as well as Botez, who, you know, pretend you're a grandmaster or something. Right, like, you won't do as well as Botez because it's not about pure merit. So you can stand on that, but it doesn't matter because it's not up to you. That's why it's sometimes hypocritical. It's like, you don't believe in this process, right? Like, even suppose I, as an absolutist philosopher and the creator of absolutist philosophy, right? Why do you do folly favoritism? Why do you do games and you know, especially streaming them? And why do you do that kind of thing? When you're identifying folly favoritism and the issue with it, on one hand, it's my logical razor. To be aware of it is not to be above it, but also, it's like, if that's what appeals to people. So it's like, I could discuss absolutist philosophy, and if that's my overall goal to try to advance that, or make people objective and aware of certain things, and then they can decide for themselves. But I can't just do that directly because it wouldn't, you know, appeal to as many people. So, let's play some games first and get people, you know, hooked on whatever, folly favoritism, appeal to that. Or, let's appeal to the stimuli acme first, and then use that to do it. And the reason why is because, so it's an interesting concept, right? Like, you have to appeal, either you do one of two things, right? You're in a society, you're in a situation, right? And what appeals to people might not be something you agree with. You say, it's like Taylor Swift, or it's people are obsessed with sex, and people are obsessed with like stupid, you know, entertainment, escapism. You could disagree with that and say, that's dumb, and I don't want to do that. But if you don't do that and you try to do something else, right, then it won't appeal to them, or it won't appeal much. So then you'll just be obscure, and that's it, toiling in obscurity. So you may have to do it. So then when you finally, okay, fine, I'll try to appeal to it and appease what appeals to people for now, and then try to move them away from it, or do something. That's kind of what fiction is. Like, fiction can sometimes be just mocking people like, oh, you're so stupid, society is stupid, and here are a bunch of flaws and contradictions, but I can't express them directly or that would offend people, or I'll get censored by the government, or people just wouldn't get it or pay attention. So, oh, I have to show these sparkly little, things like fictional, whatever, like, oh, look at this character with superpowers, now you'll pay attention, or look at this, whatever, something fantastical, now you'll pay attention. But the real point of it is, despite, escapism, distraction, the real point of fiction ultimately is to try to give commentary on the real world and try to change it and give lessons and things like that. But that's often lost on the fictional, we just consume it now in mass as like, oh, we're just entertained and we care about, oh, who's stronger, this character, that character, how does this power work, right? We let that usurp whatever the actual meaning would have been. But you have to do that for 2 reasons or 3 reasons. You do it so you don't get censored. Oh, shit. You do it so you don't get censored. I love that. There's like one patch of road that's all fucked up and the rest is fine. Like, you do it so you don't get censored by the government, etc. If you're talking about something sensitive like that. You also do it so you don't hurt people's feelings or have to refer to specifics. And it gives you like this weird empirical basis, like, oh, if you were just talking about yourself, we wouldn't take it seriously. But the fact that you're talking about some fictional character, that somehow gives you more credibility, right? Like if you trace everything back to the origin, like, oh, this person's a Mary Sue or something, right? You wouldn't respect that if it seems too obviously like they're preachy or direct. But that's basically what it is anyway. So it's like how well you disguise your message is actually more important than the message itself, or it's just not a good standard. So, right, 'cause that would be my issue too. Like I won't use this as an excuse. Like, oh, I could have written a book if it wasn't for my cognitive dissonance to do with folly favoritism. Right, like this is how I could frame it, though, actually, and explain it. It doesn't mean it's an excuse, but assuming I'd want to do that in the first place, like I'll make some work of fiction, and it'll distract people and reinforce the state that they're in. It won't actually change anything. Right, it'll even possibly reinforce it and serve as a distraction. But that's like an insult, because if you really value it and you really want people to change, then what's the use of that? You could write like a nonfiction book or something more philosophical, but right, like you don't want to drape it in fiction and in escapism. You want it to be actually direct and like, okay, here's the concept, here's the idea, here's how you can apply it, here's how you can change. Right, so that's the issue, is that you're in a position that no matter how great your work of fiction is, it's going to only serve as distraction and reinforcement. If you want to bring about some real change, that won't be good enough, right? That's not going to do it. So as gratified as that might seem to make people, it's like, Harry Potter, for all its success, or any other work, it's like, what did it really do? What did it really change? Right, it entertains people, that's fine, nice little escape, but maybe the standard is too high, but that's typical absolutist elitism. Like, no, you want to change the world, you want to actually, do something that has resonance and actual change, rather than, again, just reinforcement or distraction of whatever is in front of you. But that's the whole irony of fiction, is like, yeah, it's like somebody talking shit to you and saying, this is how stupid your society is. This is how stupid you are for valuing it. This is how stupid, all these contradictions that you can't address in everyday life, but here they are. And you just, rather than address them, you feel a little gratified, like, oh, look how smart I am that I get this deeper message, but then I'm going to go back and reinforce my life that consists of those same exact fallacies. So it's like the author basically mocking you in a way. Or again, humor, I always say this, humor is like cognitive dissonance. The idea that it'll be something like you can't reconcile. Like, let me try a bit that isn't really very funny, but like, human beings are just, I don't know how I want to say it. It's a word that starts with an H and ends with a Y and has some stimuli acme basis to it. Humans are nothing more than that word, animals who want to engage in the stimuli acme. So it's like, and then you might laugh and say, oh, ha, ha, ha. Or like, you'll have this humor, like, so you make fun of it, But really what it is you're laughing because it's awkward and uncomfortable because you're exposing something that you accept as absolute that isn't absolute. So when you're faced with the fact that it's not absolute, all you can do is laugh as like a defense mechanism because, all you want to do is just sleep around with everybody, random people all the time. That's what you'd really want to do, but you have to pretend like you don't because society demands it of you. And so you have to pretend like, you have this one person only to be with, your soulmate, they're meant to be. And this is my nearness postulate. What are the chances that's what I should turn it into, is like almost like a dark comedy, but it's not meant to be that. I'm even saying as I'm doing it, like, what are the chances your soulmate out of 8 billion people happen to live in the same geographical area as you? Wow. Like, you would pose it as an absolute, but you would see the origin point is arbitrary. They worked at the same job, they went to the same school, they live in the same geographical area, right? Like it's kind of a poor measure there. And so it's a situation where, I don't know. Let's see how it sounds here. So I'm holding it a little further away. And so therefore, we'll see how it is. And like, for example, now I'm stopped. Oh man, but yeah, that's a good discussion. Like, this is sort of a segment off of the folly favoritism, basically. Yes, of course, I could be an award-winning fiction author, you see, but the cognitive dissonance of reinforcing a contrived state that I'm trying to observe and change would be inhibiting in that regard, you see? That's actually, that could be really funny. Just the phrasing of that could be really funny to people, but it's a very serious thing, so. Now look, the other point of it was what I was saying that I forgot saying. This is all I wanted to do with it, so it's such an insult that I have to jump through so many hoops to fucking do it. Really, I just want to be able to do this. So when I'm driving or doing something, if I want to just talk into the mic, let me just talk into the mic, and I could just record it and upload it maybe like that, but if I want to do it, I should be able to fucking do it. Right, it shouldn't be such an ordeal where it crashes like 20 times or some shit. So yeah, what was the other part of that? Like how, it's like they're rubbing it in your face or almost, right, like the comedian isn't trying to be funny and distract you and make you laugh. They're actually facing their own, like George Carlin's a good example, but he would be more direct about it. Like, you're all morons and you're controlled by this process and that process. Oh, ha ha ha, we laugh about it because we are controlled by it and we just accept it and there's nothing we can do about it, right? Like, some of the things he would say are exactly like what I'm saying. Like, did you know the only reason why you value this thing is because you're indoctrinated to value it? And then you laugh, but it's like, wait, maybe we should try to be free of that, or maybe we shouldn't be controlled by it. But because you just resign yourself to that state, right? You just resign, this is how it is, and we're just going to treat it as absolute. So it's when an absolute is faced with, a false absolute is faced with reality, that is comedy. So it's almost rubbing in your face some revelation that you can't acknowledge. And it's a good example, too, of like a non-claim. Right, like when you're looking at something objectively, it's like, you're making a claim. You're saying people should do this or that, but you're not, right? And that's often what I do in that format. The debate format of old is like, you would observe that. Like, think about the nearness postulate and being with one person. There's a reason why I say it in that phrasing too. There's certain terms I don't like to use, so I say to be with one person, single partner. So you're with one person in a committed relationship, right? And you can say, okay, you can do that. That's your choice. Nobody's telling you not to do that. But let's observe the nature of the process. Why is that uniform? Why is that like a one-size-fits-all, even though nothing is one-size-fits-all? You might not be into anybody sexually. You might be into everybody. You might not care. You might want to do orgies. You might want to do a lot of things, right? So how can you say that? So when society tries to pressure you and force you, what does it have to do? This is one of my key prognostications, right? I feel like I might be too loud, but there's so much background noise that I feel like I have to do that. But no, one of my key prognostications is as follows. The fact that the fact that what the hell? I was just gonna say, hang on. Now that you're making a claim, but again, not one size fits all, not false absolute. So why do we have to pose that? And how does society control you? It can't just say, oh, well, you see, it's easier for society to control, so therefore we're going to make you do this, we're going to force you to do it, to be with one person, and it's functional, so you can make a functional argument, it's good for the family system, so that's the sacrifice that you make, even though it goes against your inherent desire to suggest a tendency to just sleep around and, just be uninhibited and do the process freely. But it can't just say that. I would respect more the functional basis that, okay, you're sacrificing, but instead, or I have a good quote with that too. It's like, being with somebody in a relationship doesn't mean that they're not attracted to other people, but rather you should be happy that they are attracted to other people, but they choose not to act on it, right? Not this illusion of you could do it as a skit. Like, a girlfriend asks a boyfriend, are you attracted to other people? And then they say, yes, I am. And then they look all upset. But then they come back and say, but the fact that I don't act on it shows you how much I care about you, how much I'm willing to sacrifice. So, right, it's not like it just magically makes you not attracted to other people. Right, so the fact that you're willing to do that and go out of your way and not act on it is very, very good. And so, kind of like an opposite interpretation concept there. And so what you have here is the ability to recognize that. So again, you won't just say that functional basis, you'll pose the false absolute. So this is one of my key logical razors. I say a false absolute to value or specify, which means you take an inherent process like the stimuli acme and you try to specify to one person or some limitation of it, right? So you say, why wouldn't you just engage in this freely without inhibition, right? You wouldn't need to justify that. That's just your inherent tendency, capability that you can do. Why would you need to pose it as a false absolute? So this is the way that society controls you. Instead of just saying that, oh, we need to control you, it's a good way to control you, it's easier to control, it's functional family system, right? Instead, you appeal to the ego and you say, oh no, it's absolute. Everyone has their own little false absolute, and if everyone has it, then it's no longer absolute. But everyone has that special someone, and it's meant to be, and it's love, and it's soulmate, and despite the nearness posture, what are the chances they happen to live right around you, and blah, blah, blah. So what that shows you is the ego gratification. So, like, what is love? Let's define it. Love is a construct by society to try to convince you, by appealing to your ego, of a false absolute, that there's one person that you're meant to be with and only one person. Therefore, right, it makes you feel good about yourself, or it poses, again, the absolute to specify what is a larger process that otherwise you might just freely do it, you might be uninhibited, you might not be with anybody, you might be with everybody, as many people as you want, there'd be no feeling of restriction, and you might say, oh no, but some people would do that anyway, they'd be with one person, and you can point to animals in nature, they might do that, but it doesn't matter if they might do it, right? Like, there would also be a lot of variation, like there even still is, right? Not everybody, but this uniform one size fits all thing that's forced on people is a little bit disturbing. And so now that shows you right there is not absolute, because despite that being forced on you, it's still not done, not done all the time. So what you need to understand is again, the false absolute to value or to specify. And so what that means is you take a process that would be universal or inherent or apply to many things, and you try to reduce it to one thing, right? One person, one area, one whatever, right? So you take this larger process and you try to reduce it. This is often what the ego is about. This is often what emphasis is about. Like, so you're operating not on an objective standard of value, you're operating on some ego basis, non-base of self, what is nearest to you, right? Dependent, overextended pretense, like the you operate on that. So like, again, like whatever area you live in, you love that area, you love your country, you love your family, all these things that you might not choose, they just happen to be around you. So if you live somewhere else, you would love that area too. If you had a different family, you would love them just the same. Like, in other words, it's an arbitrary basis that actually has no value. But that's why it needs emphasis, not because it's absolute, but because it's not, in order to specify. Otherwise, it would just be neutral, universal, right? Like, just, okay, it could apply to anything then, so you wouldn't place any special value or emphasis on that. And then, so again, a good example is the stimuli acme. You try to limit relationships like that. So again, the objective observation would not be a claim at all, not telling people what to do or what not to do. It's more just a recognition and a reflection of it. The fact that you have... Okay, so today I'm going to do another iPhone mobile stream. And so I started off trying to do these like those actual proper episodes, like the, absolutist philosophy, but then if it keeps crashing or if it's not satisfactory audio quality, then I don't see the point. So... A few things that I've learned about this, though, is like, okay, it works better if you don't talk super loud. I keep trying to talk loud thinking like, I have to compensate for the sound of the car. But that doesn't really help, right? It makes it more muffled. So like, I'm not talking super loud now, but I'm holding it closer. So maybe that's the ingredient. So hold it close to your mouth, but don't talk super loud. And then, also, the internet in the car. I just find the whole Starlink thing funny that I better not talk shit about it or it'll disconnect me. But just the fact that I needed to do that, right? That I needed to get this to work, which isn't really a fault of it, obviously. It's more like, why couldn't you do that on mobile data or something else, right? Why does it need to come down to that? So... Yeah, okay, let me think about some topics. I kind of want to do like news topics or something like more pop culture kind of thing, mainstream stuff, because again, some of that is a little bit more, what I discuss is sometimes more challenging, but it's sort of niche. Like, let me try to ingratiate into something else. Like, what is something going on right now that we could discuss? Like, I don't even know. Right, like I've discussed that chess drama, so... Like I'll take a position. It'll make it seem. This is a false duality fallacy. Like, it'll make it seem like, I'm defending Kramnik, right? Because I'm saying, he shouldn't lose his title, or he shouldn't, be banned from chess overall. Right? Like these extreme things. People will jump to some mob mentality of extreme things. Yes, he should be reprimanded a bit. Certainly online, he should be prevented from being credible or making these claims or reporting people. Right? That's one thing, but. You really would try to strip him of his title and things that have nothing to do with it. I think that's totally bogus because, O.J. Simpson could still be in the Hall of Fame even though he, killed somebody. Like, I don't know actually what if anything they did with that. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't change what you did as a player. So that should have nothing to do with it. You can lose some respect and esteem within the community, but this notion that, he's no longer a grandmaster. But no, objectively, he is a grandmaster. Like, he was off the rating. He did the norms, right? It's the same thing like with Sergei Karjakian. It's like he qualified to play in the candidates, and actually Ding Liren, it's quite an interesting story. Ding Liren didn't qualify and was the replacement only once Karjakian got banned for political reasons. So even if you agree with those political reasons, like, that has nothing to do with the game. Like, he was qualified, he should have been able to play. Maybe he would have won, because obviously Magnus wasn't playing, the field was weaker. So maybe he would have won then, and maybe he would have won the next time. So Karjakian could have been the back-to-back world champion, and he wasn't able to compete, well, because he would have been defending his title the second time, so he's guaranteed to be there. Like, so again, I'm objective like that. It doesn't matter because you're just a chess player. You just move wooden pieces on the board. Like, that's what you do. So don't give me this overreaction, right? This sort of mob mentality, right, will happen. Everybody's got their pitchforks out trying to do something. And then if you simply oppose it and say, oh no, we're going too far, right, we're going too far, this is what in history people often needed, right? Somebody just to stop them and say, okay, we get that you're upset and we're having some tragedy and we have some, extreme thing, but don't scapegoat, don't act like one person is to blame. There's a larger process. The websites are to blame. The whole state of online chess is to blame. Like, don't try to scapegoat somebody and act like, oh, that's the answer and the 100% cause. Right, and don't go so far. So again, you can reprimand him, you can criticize him, he can lose credibility, which, again, I could use myself as an example here. Like, I didn't consider him very credible in the first place, like, before even this tragedy happened. So, like, he shouldn't have had much credibility in the first place, right? At least when it came to these type of issues of accusing people of cheating and stuff like that. So, again, don't specify the conflict is one of my logical razors I would always use in my debate format, but, like, don't specify the conflict and don't scapegoat, don't go too far and overboard that has nothing to do with the issue. Like, the issue is his accusations of people cheating, right? So whatever punishment he gets should be related to him accusing people of cheating. So, like, okay, ban him from chess.com if he keeps reporting people on there, or remove his ability to do those reports. Or, again, they were already kind of ignoring it. So, like, make a statement whenever he accuses somebody and just say, we find no evidence of this person cheating, period, end of story. Right, and so that should be credible, and so what he says should have no relevance, right? And again, I feel like he was already being treated that way. There are like these compilations, and this is from a long time ago, not because of this. I'm saying there's these compilation videos that I've seen that some are pretty funny. Like, he's just nonstop being a total clown, like accusing everybody. There's this, 14-year-old kid he's playing online, and there's all these random people, and he's accusing everybody. Let's do the procedure. Everything is very clear to me. One move is a clear indicator. He has like all these catchphrases almost for accusing being salty. One move is a clear indicator. So let's run the procedure because everything is very clear to me. Like, so again, were people already taking him seriously? I get that within the chess community itself, probably that held more weight, like with people who knew Kramnik and respect him. He's a world champion. He's all this kind of special. I get it that he would have credibility there no matter what, but it still felt like, again, he's committing that fallacy too of specifying the conflict. I think if I psychoanalyze him, I think he's frustrated with online chess in general, right? Like, let's try to qualify why a world champion and somebody so great would do that, right? I don't think he's just upset about losing and being salty, although that's part of it, right? There's like 3 layers. So, right, number one, he's sort of washed up and lost his touch, and so he's sort of salty about that. He can't face his own mortality, right, within chess, and he's upset about losing to what he considers inferior players, right? That's number one. Number 2 is the frustration of online chess in general, that there is a lot of BS and inflation and just kind of something that feels a little inauthentic about it. Even if you do it with the best of intentions, there's a lot of inconsistency, there's a lot of room for error, for cheating, for whatever, right? There's at least a possibility. And then the third thing is his like boomer clicker style. If you watch him play, like, he'll click very slowly, right, like an old man that he is, not familiar with computers, who is getting mad about the impure. This is actually something I agree with 100%, right? If not that he's necessarily said this, but that he doesn't like flagging. I actually agree with this point 100%, that flagging is dirty, it's cheap, it's not even a real thing necessarily over the board, not in the same way of pre-moving, right? It's one thing, okay, you flag somebody over the board because you're just moving faster, but the fact that you can pre-move in multiple moves online, that's not even a real thing that exists in the game, right? You can't physically do that over the board, especially within seconds, right? You can't pre-move. So some of this clicking speed, like, oh, he's one of the best chess players ever, but now, some 14-year-old kid beats him, largely maybe because of clicking speed. He's faster at clicking, or he's good at pre-moving, or he's better at flagging, like the Orange Ghost, right? Orange Ghost was like one of the top-rated players on chess.com, like above even Hikaru, not because he's better, but because he's you know, he's just good at those kind of cheese tactics. So that part is actually fair. So those three things can frustrate him. He's old, he's washed up, online chess is a bit inauthentic and flawed, and then finally he's in a situation where there's a lot of bad manners, kind of behavior, flagging and clicking speed and things that just don't have to do with the game itself, right? Like, okay, you're faster at clicking than me, that doesn't mean you're better at chess than me. Or like, you know, just as a conceptual thing, I can understand the frustration. I'm very slow too, so like I could be clearly better than somebody, but so many games I lose because of time and flagging, and it's part of the game, but it's accentuated online in a way that's sort of artificial, especially with pre-moves, especially with again, the clicking speed and stuff like that. But no, yeah, he shouldn't have had any credibility in the first place. Right, I guess in a way I didn't really even realize the impact of that because, and I mean, I guess a lot of other people didn't either, but the way I would have looked at it, because again, I don't know either of these people necessarily super well, right? I didn't know Kramnik like super well. Obviously, you know he's a world champion. You know he beat Gary Kasparov. I had talked about that a little bit in the past. Like I made fun of some of Gary's odd comments about it. Like I'm clowning him. Gary Kasparov says, "Oh well, Kramnik beat me because you see he studied my style of play and he countered it, and he learned exactly how to counter me." Like as if every other player wasn't trying to do that. Like just the way of explaining it so matter of factly. Oh yes, you see he studied all my games and he came up with a way to counter me and he countered all my things. Like, yeah, no shit. But you don't think everybody tries to do that? So like, obviously he deserves credit for being good enough to execute on that. So I find that kind of silly. But other than that, I didn't know that much about Kramnik. So then you see a lot of these accusations and he's kind of the clown of the chess community, but rightfully so. And so I never thought too seriously about his accusations. Although to be fair, maybe some of them are true, like just random people online especially. I think there's like a cui bono problem even with accusing a streamer. Right, like on one hand he can say, well, the streamer's community is going to protect them. Like let's say he accuses Hikaru, right? All the Hikaru fanboys will protect him. Right, I even experienced that myself. Not that I accuse anybody of cheating, but I said, I kind of criticized and clowned Hikaru for, it felt like he could have won the world championship if he was more focused, the first time Ding won. And yet, because right, he loses to Ding in a key game when he's always had a good score, a good record against Ding. He, you know, Magnus isn't playing, right, the stage is set for you, and yet right, and yet you're able to, he's doing these recaps and he's doing these videos, and like in the middle of that, like you couldn't just take a few months off and really show us that you're giving it 100% when you had a real legitimate chance of winning and becoming world champion. Like, so I was kind of criticizing him for that, and then a bunch of Hikaru fanboys jump over me, but it doesn't matter because I guess I'm just not bothered by stuff like that. Because like I stand on like the merit of an idea. Like, and you know what's funny is a lot of my things that piss people off will be like me coming at something from an objective perspective. So even what people say, they're responding to something else, right? They're sort of straw manning. They'll say something that I'm not even talking about, right? They'll make like even, okay, I just criticized, I just said Magnus and Kramnik should get similar treatment. Magnus for the Hans Niemann accusation that was baseless, right? And people in the comments are saying, oh, but Hans did cheat online. And I even mentioned that in the video, like, but that has nothing to do with it because he wasn't playing online, right? That accusation has nothing to do with online. So, right, it's just people deflect and talk about something else. So, but no, getting back to that, it's like I didn't know much about Kramnik, and I saw some of these videos and references to him being a clown and accusing people, and then, but that's what all the big streamers should do, is apologize to Hans Niemann, right? You're being short-sighted if you're like, oh, Kramnik's the bad guy. Hikaru was the bad guy. Botez were the bad guys, bad girls. Like, they were all bad on the Hans Niemann situation. What if some horrible tragedy happened or something they bolstered the drama of that so much that there is some fair point with that. That this is the self-reflection, instead of just cramming, instead of cramming that down our throats that he's a scapegoat, right? Reprimand him a bit, but realize the bigger picture of the way the community is going, the drama-seeking nonsense of it, you would say, oh, well, your favorite chess streamer would never do what Kramnik did, even though they all did it. They all did it with Hans Niemann, right? Same exact thing. It caused him psychological distress, set his career back, unfair, baseless character assassination because, he cheated in the past, which has nothing to do with it. I mean, I love that. That's like in a court of law, like, you can't bring up past convictions. Like, say, oh, this guy committed a crime in the past, so, he must have done this one. Like, that has nothing to do with it, right? We even assume, okay, he has the intent to do it. Hans is just a dirty player and he wants to cheat in every game. Even if we assume that, right, it doesn't matter because you're in person at an event where they're searching you and such, so you wouldn't have the ability to cheat, you wouldn't have the means to do it, even if you had the motive. So that in itself is a flawed premise, but that's what I actually noticed, right? Like, let's look a little deeper into this. The predatory, drama-seeking, baseless way in which Hans Niemann was turned into a fodder for content by Botez. I don't remember if Anna Kramling did much, but by Botez, by Hikaru, by others. I feel like Anna's maybe not too bad about that kind of stuff. She also doesn't rank too high on my Stimuli Acme list, which I keep saying I want to do that, but rank streamers by how much they, let's compare them. Anna Kramling benefits from the Stimuli Acme, but she doesn't play into it that much. The Botez sisters benefit from it, but they play, they deliberately play into it a lot. That's the difference. But yeah, and then Daniel Naroditsky, I didn't know a ton about, obviously, either before, and so, but again, he was like, I looked at him almost like Levy, but a little more serious. That Levy can be a little goofy, but whatever, like, he's an instructor, educational, kind of more serious content, and so he had a good reputation, so I never would have taken an accusation like that seriously, right? I didn't have anything that even crossed my mind. And like I said, the cui bono effect of a chess streamer would have the least reason to cheat because they're gonna have, they're gonna put their streaming career at risk. So even if there was some other incentive or willingness, like, why would Hikaru cheat, right? He's made more money from streaming than he ever made from chess. He's, doing so well from that. He's a streamer first and foremost, as he even says. Like, why would he put that at risk by cheating in some stupid online tournament that even if he wins won't make him more money than fucking what he makes in a day on donations and whatever views, right? So it's the same thing with Daniel Naroditsky or anybody else. It's like, I don't see much of an incentive to cheat for a streamer like that. Maybe if you're really a small streamer, but these are all pretty big, well-established. Like, is it worth putting your livelihood at risk when obviously chess players don't make that much money? So, those are some of the ones who make way more than they would have otherwise. Like Levy, right, made way more money from streaming chess or content creation than he ever would have made from playing chess, because he's only not even a GM. And even Naroditsky, to some extent, no matter how good some of these people are, unless you're really top of the top, like Magnus, Hikaru, you're not really going to make that much. You get kind of lost in the heads of how many, really good players there are. Even 2,000 grandmasters, like, not every, grandmasters aren't millionaires. They're not making money like that. So yeah, I didn't know much about either of them, but from that surface level, like, I'm not the type maybe to jump to accusations or conclusions, so right, I wouldn't have believed something like that without some good reason. So I said the same thing with Hans Niemann, like, there was nothing to suggest it, and you can even find my video on that from around that time, the evidentiary basis of Hans Niemann cheating, and it's like, I conclude there is no basis to it, and we've never found any basis that he cheated in person at that particular event, especially. Like, so that makes it seem like I'm making a claim too. Like, I'm saying he's not cheating, but I don't even have to be saying that. Like, we don't know yet. Wait for there to be more evidence. This is sometimes a fallacy too that people use in politics and other ways, like conspiracy theories and stuff, where people could assert something and then you could just say you're not sure, or you're on the fence, or you're not convinced, and then they'll say, well, prove it, or then something comes out later, new information that we didn't have, and then, oh, haha, see, you were wrong, you made a bad prediction because you were wrong. But the problem with that is that they're acting like you are God or omnipotent, or you have all access to information. Like, you don't know all that, right? You're not firsthand involved with that. You can't investigate. So you're going off what others are telling you. So they're asserting like, oh, this did happen. Whereas you just might be unsure. Like, okay, I don't know. I don't have enough information. Let's wait. And then, oh, it'll turn out to be true, let's say. And we get more information, but then they'll say, oh, they were right. But they weren't right because they couldn't have known that at the time. It was more like you're being neutral and they're pushing for some extreme thing. So again, getting back to the core point of it is that Kramnik and this whole situation is, that it reflects the toxicity of online chess. So don't make it just about him. Don't scapegoat, like that. And again, like certain objective things that I respect, like you can't take away a Grandmaster title because it's not based on, you could say everything is based on that to some extent, like, oh, whether you're a good person or you represent the game, but you could be a dick. Like, let's say I'm a total dick and I become a Grandmaster. Like, if I'm good enough, why should that prevent me, right? So again, even the carjacking situation, it puts me in a spot that seems difficult, like, oh, I'm defending these people, but I'm really not. I'm saying, if you're a chess player, that's what you should be allowed to do. I'm not saying you should like the guy, celebrate the guy, agree with what the guy is saying about any particular issue. Should you be allowed to play chess if you're a chess player and you qualify for the candidates because of something you say? Should you be banned because of something you say political on your Twitter, right? You're not even saying it at like a FIDE event. That would be different, right? You're saying in a FIDE interview, you bring it up or somebody asks you about it, right? That would be different. But no, it's a situation where, again, you can sanction him that way, but to me it just feels like overstepping. That's not how I view the world and social Darwinism. Like, you can disagree, whatever, people can say the most reprehensible, wrong, terrible thing ever, but words are just words. And so what that means is you can deal with it with words back. Like, okay, you disagree, you can make a better case, you can convince people of the otherwise, you can kind of ridicule them, but don't try to use something unrelated and say, well, we're going to take away your Grandmaster title or something like that, and your World Championship, because you said something we don't like. That might be false, that might be totally bogus, sure, but it still shouldn't be that. It should be, again, address it directly, like, what you said is false, we shouldn't take you seriously. We can reprimand your ability to make those kind of accusations in the future, but don't try to personally just attack the person. And so the same thing happens with, again, carjacking. You could say the most reprehensible thing ever, but if you're good at something, you should be allowed to do that something, right? Not we're not talking about politics. We're not talking about, he's not a political commentator or like a big celebrity or some politician himself, right? That's not what he does. So I just find that kind of annoying, because that's kind of like the cancel culture idea that you do something bad in a certain area. Like think about it, even if you get arrested, even criminals who get arrested for committing a crime are still able to, right? Like think about that. Okay, you go to jail and you come out of jail. So now you're free. You served your time, you committed some major crime, you're in jail for 15 years. Now you come out of jail and you can play at chess events and you can get a title. I don't think that would stop you, right? You don't even have to necessarily tell them that. They might find out, but it's like, so in other words, you can be a convicted criminal, but you can still play chess. So what does that mean? Does that mean we're vouching for them? Like, I don't know, Claude Bloodgood, who was playing in jail, but no, like, you know, is there some restriction? Oh, if you're a felon, you can't play a sport, or you can't play chess. Like, that's arbitrary. You know, you did what you did, you pay your time, you get out, you're free. Now you decide, or maybe because you played chess inside, you became very good. Now you decide to play it, and you become really good, you become a grandmaster. So what does that mean? Like, so you can allow a criminal to do it. It's similar to something I said about Trump and Twitter, right? When he was being banned from Twitter. It's like, even if you are, at that point, he wasn't even convicted felon or anything like that. You allow criminals to have a Twitter account, right? And certain leaders from controversial countries and stuff like this. But you could be an actual convicted criminal and you still are allowed to use social media, maybe even from inside the jail, I don't know. But right, like, there's no such arbitrary restriction, so it's selective at best. Otherwise, what you do is you create a consistency issue, like, then you have to know everybody. This is the rule by omission idea, too, that I always talk about. It assumes that you know everybody and vouch for their views 100%, right? It's like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is very outspoken, so a lot of people don't like him, and, oh, we got to boycott Tesla, and we got to whatever, right? So people are against Musk and his products because he's outspoken, not because of what he believes, but because he's outspoken. You know why? Because do you know exactly what Jeff Bezos believes? Not really, because he doesn't talk much. He doesn't, he keeps to himself mostly, and a lot of other wealthy people. So in other words, what you're punishing is not so much his specific views, but you assume the best of everybody else. Like, they could have equally bad views or worse or whatever, right? If you knew what everybody else thought, right, if they were all as outspoken as he is, you might disagree with them just as much, right? All these big corporation heads and so you buy their products mindlessly and you assume the best of their intentions, but if they were as outspoken, you might disagree with them, or right, you would take issue. So it assumes that you're vouching for everybody, but you're actually punishing the wrong thing. Like, oh, so you're vouching for every other chess player, you're vouching for every other CEO, every other business person. They're all perfect, they're all angels, until they say something that we don't like, and now we'll tear them down. So it's like, well, guess what that encourages them to do? They just won't say anything then. They'll try to be neutral, politically correct. Right, so political correctness isn't just a tool to control people and that. It's more so a reaction to the dumb public who reacts like this, where they say, again, we'll assume the best. So just be like the most boring, neutral person ever and just say the generic thing, and then nobody's upset. Or don't say anything and just keep to yourself. But if you speak your mind and you're actually honest and open about what you think, oh, now you get destroyed for it. So you're punishing honesty, and you're rewarding again, like, sort of just hiding what you think or staying out of the limelight. So it's kind of the wrong message to send. So you can be perfect if you just don't say anything and you just stay out of the public eye. Not that you really are perfect, but people will assume that, or you're kind of out of sight, out of mind, so nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to think about you. So yeah, I would say address it on the same forum. Like, if somebody says something, you should be able to win that in conversation. And social Darwinism, like, you shouldn't have to ban them or shut them down. In fact, I had an expression like that. I would hang if somebody said something that I considered so atrocious, I would hang it up on my wall. I wouldn't try to censor them from saying it. You know why? Because I think it's a character in one of my short stories, actually, I wrote like this. Like, he hangs up a poster of of his rival. I think he's running for office, so he's like hangs up a poster of one of his opponent's quotes, and then somebody comes in and questions, why do you do that? It's like, because not only do you not feel threatened by him saying that, it's actually a good thing, and you want to show that off to the world because, right, that shows you how bad they are. Why would you need to censor it? No, I want to put it on Front Street. I want to put it up on my wall. I want it there for all to see so that they can see how bad he is in his own words, right? Instead of hiding it. That's the whole thing with offensive stuff, right? If it is so bad, then let it be shown and let it be known, because most people wouldn't agree with it anyway. And it can provide a record of, you know, something that could be used against them later. And right, so like I would want my enemy's words plastered on my wall and on Front Street for all to see, because what better way to discredit them than by letting them do it themselves, if they really are so bad. If they really are so bad, then that should show it, right? Their own words should show it. What it kind of indicates with censorship is that maybe they're not that bad, and you're trying to create the impression that they're bad, or maybe you're no better. So then it comes down to the difference of expression and resources that you have. So again, the objective perspective on both of those, if you're a chess player and you move the wooden pieces on the board, nothing you say should prevent you from doing that. Even being a criminal, even going to jail, shouldn't necessarily prevent you from doing that, because again, it's a board game, right? People play chess in jail. They might not let you do quite the same things, but no, if you came out of jail, then you should be able to still play. So there's nothing that says by somebody saying something politically objectionable that you shouldn't be allowed to play a board game. Like, I don't... You might say, oh, it reflects badly on FIDE, but again, then you're making this assumption that you know what everybody thinks about everything, every issue, and that you vouch for them and you agree with them. That's basically what you're saying. So what are Hikaru's views on some geopolitical issue? What are Magnus's views? What are Ding Liren's views? What are, Gukesh's views? Like, maybe they have some view you disagree with, so we got to ban them too. And then it turns into a witch hunt. Oh, let's ban everybody who we disagree with or find objectionable. Either you don't know, so you're not credible, but you're still vouching for them, or, right, you would ignore it. It's inconsistent, right? Even like the Soviet era had some of the greatest chess players ever, and Russia, Russia was so good at chess. But, oh, we should have banned them. FIDE should have banned them because they're big bad Soviets, and they're part of the, this era where there's a lot of objectionable things, and there's no doubt at least some of them agreed with it or supported it or whatever. Or there's like a whole irony to that too. This is like a scenario I posed in the past, like where somebody would come out and say something positive about their country, even though it might be a dictatorship or something, but they're saying it to protect their family or because they've been threatened. So we're kind of insensitive to that too. Like, they kind of have to do it to protect themselves. Sometimes, not that they always do that, but they could be pressured into saying it, so like they're forced to say it. Then we'll ridicule them and criticize them and destroy them. Not saying that's the case here, but again, you should still be able to play a board game. I don't see the connection. Social Darwinism should take care of itself. We shouldn't feel so threatened by words of some random person who's not like a political leader. And again, we should be able to deal with the accusations here of cheating and so forth without needing to completely destroy the individual either. Just like the O.J. Simpson thing is interesting. I don't know if he's still in the Hall of Fame, but he's a Hall of Fame football player, right? He was a Hall of Fame football player, and then obviously he committed what he did as a crime, even though he was declared not guilty. So even more so, that's a reason not to remove him. But I guess that would be the reason why. If he was declared guilty, maybe they would have taken him out. But it's kind of just arbitrary because, right, to me, it's the purity of something that the two have nothing to do with each other. Like, it doesn't change what you did. Right, so if I cure cancer, I can put on a lab coat and I come up with a cure of cancer single-handedly, and then no matter what horrible thing I do after that, you should still use the cure for cancer because it doesn't matter who came up with it, right? It's still effective. Or, again, if if you were a grandmaster, you're still a grandmaster. Your games speak for themselves, or it doesn't become any better or worse. Like I don't know, so if he put up Hall of Fame numbers, he's in the Hall of Fame. Now, nothing he did after that changed his numbers. His numbers are the same. His impact was the same, right? Those games and those plays speak for themselves. So now you're doing it as some weird moral gesture, but if you're Hall of Fame, you're Hall of Fame. If you're not, you're not. Like if Michael Jordan goes out and commits the biggest atrocity in the world, oh wait, he already did that. He drafted Kwame Brown and Adam Morris at number 1. But no, I'm just saying, like, he could do something as atrocious as that, and that shouldn't change. He's the best player ever, or he's not. Right? It wouldn't change it. We might not want to celebrate him as much because, oh, you think he's a bad guy, but the numbers, the record speaks for itself. If I'm an artist and I make a work of art, does that work of art become less valuable because, oh, I go out and commit a crime or do something bad? Like, that's not how it should work, because it should speak for itself. If I write a book, then you'll try to extrapolate and diminish it. Like, the book is the same regardless of who wrote it, when they wrote it, how they wrote it, regardless of what they do after that, right? So, like, the work should speak for itself. Or here's a good example that's maybe a little touchy. Is like Kobe Bryant's unfortunate early untimely passing, right? You can just look at this statistically. Again, he's a great player, but my opinion of him wouldn't change, right? My opinion shouldn't change just because of his unfortunate passing. He's just as great as he was, right? Either wherever you have him, right? He's just as great as he was. It doesn't change what he did, right? For better or for worse. So again, whether you commit a crime or you do something like I was saying, O.J. Simpson, that doesn't diminish his career. Just like, again, some unfortunate thing like that. Or again, if you do something really heroic, like, again, either you're passing or you again, cure cancer or something, do some great charity work, it doesn't change what you actually did. So, same thing like with the posthumous Oscars, like Heath Ledger or Peter Finch and stuff like that. Again, I'm not diminishing them, saying whether they deserve them or not, but it shouldn't feel like it's based on that, whether you believe it is or not. So I feel like maybe the Heath Ledger one, again, his performance is very good, but, Jack Nicholson's performance was no slouch, or other performances in movies like that are often overlooked. Even The Dark Knight overall didn't win any other Oscars, I don't think, or maybe like one for something minor. So in other words, that genre and that type of movie doesn't typically win Oscars, but now it did, so that almost tells you something. Not saying he didn't deserve it. I might have been the one saying he did deserve it, but he wouldn't have won because, oh, it's a superhero movie and we don't, Oscars don't respect that. So just like how it didn't win any other awards, even though it was such a good movie. So that's what you realize. That was a motivating factor, because not that he didn't give a good performance and not that it didn't deserve it, but it normally wouldn't win because Jack Nicholson wouldn't win, or he wasn't even nominated, or other, similar genre films are often overlooked. So, like, the Kobe thing is interesting because, you get the idea that it's like a token gesture, right? Like, of course they were going to win. Like, has that happened where somebody passed away and they're nominated for something, but then they lose? Right, like, it just feels like you're doing something as a token gesture. But with Kobe, it's like you can look at ESPN lists of like the best players of all time, and this is like after he retired and stuff too, and a lot of networks and sites and analysts would all have him in like the bottom 5, between like number 5 and 10 all time, right? Which again is no insult, that's a great compliment. I mean, it shows you how extreme people are, that like being called the top 10 player of all time is hardly an insult. But, part of it is the media hype. Like, you never get that reaction with Wilt or Kareem or like the bigs, Hakeem Olajuwon, right? Nobody gets so passionate about them, but it's certain styles of play and certain media hype for like LeBron, Michael, Kobe, you get that more so, why they're talked about so much, right? You never hear Kareem talked about even as much as Kobe, even though he's clearly better. Certainly not as much as Jordan, even though he's right in that ballpark too. So what that means is, like, a lot of those rankings, he was in the bottom 5, and now since his unfortunate passing, now a lot of people have him a lot higher. So it's like, why should that have an impact, right? Like, let's respect the purity of the game and let that speak for itself, right? Again, I'm not saying where you should put him. You could have had him number 1 overall, but if you had him number 1, you should have had that all along, like since he retired or since the end of his career, right? Don't just arbitrarily change it. So, like, in my case, I always had him bottom 5, and maybe fighting a little bit with Rick Barry and Jerry West, who are underrated, honestly, who maybe could sneak into the top 10, but he was still there. So, like, one noteworthy change I guess I made was I always had Magic Johnson above Kobe, and that actually is something I've come around to change my mind on, because I love defense so much, and we know Kobe's a great defender. And if you look at Magic Johnson and Steph Curry, both the 2 point guards that we talk about so much, neither of them were great defenders, even though they led the league in steals. James Harden did that too. It doesn't mean that you're a great defender, but they're both, like, not only not great defenders, but they're kind of defensive liabilities, where Magic was, again, he's a big guard, but he wasn't quite big or strong enough to really defend truly great bigs, right? He couldn't defend the great centers and all that, so he would get pushed around. So he wasn't quite big and strong enough to guard true bigs, and he also wasn't quick enough to stay with the faster, smaller guards like Isaiah Thomas and stuff. They would hunt him at times. So, like, what that means is that, and Steph Curry, again, we see what Kyrie can do to him, we see what other people can do to him. It's like, you always have other players to kind of make up for those defensive lapses. Klay Thompson, Draymond, right? So they're not only both not great defenders, they're actually defensive liabilities at times that, again, Magic can't keep up with the quicker guards. He can't really bang with the true bigs. Steph Curry is kind of a mismatch at times. He can't stay in front of faster guards. He obviously isn't quite big enough, strong enough to deal with some of the other kind of players. So, more athletic, bigger players. So that's where Kobe actually comes in. So this is actually a big revelation moment for me, even though I maybe shouldn't have taken so long to come to it. But yes, Magic's career was cut short because of his HIV situation outside of, we can treat that almost like an injury, basically, equivalent. That, if he had played longer, I think, if he had played longer, we might be having a different conversation. But frankly, I'll give it to you on the defense point, because I am such a big fan of defense, that you understand that right, that actually would make him better, because Magic, again, was not a great defender. So that's always my criteria. But either way, again, Kobe is top 10. I'd put him in the bottom 5 still. But that shouldn't change your opinion of him. Right, so like everybody in there should be a two-way player. Like Wilt was a great shot blocker, even though blocks weren't recorded. Right, he was said to averaging 5 to 10. So obviously Wilt has to be up there as a two-way all-time player. Michael Jordan obviously will be up there, like a two-way all-time player. Kareem was a great defender, right? He's up there. Hakeem Olajuwon, great defender, maybe, best shot blocker ever in the modern era. So, like, all-time blocks leader, but it was a little disingenuous, because that's one of the ways that Wilt is mistreated, right? Not only are some of his stats just not kept, but even the stats he did that are recorded, we try to discredit with the era, which doesn't even make any sense. Like, people are celebrating Wemby right now, but he's 7'4", that's why he's so good. Like, it's not as simple as simply height. That doesn't make you average 50 a game, and even he's still not, so, like, why not? But yeah, it's like, it's a situation where you know, his position shouldn't really change just based on that. Let me see. So yeah, let me think about another concept here. I don't mind doing these as long as it doesn't crash, but at some point, right, it always does. So, you know, all these different things that are current topics or just general things that... There's this one thing I almost wanted to react to. It's like people debating, like, one-on-one kind of different takes on different players and stuff from there. Like I could just watch them and react to them without necessarily needing to show the video. I could just kind of say what they're saying and react to it. Right, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Because yeah, like I could react to videos while driving and I don't have to even really be watching them. It's just... Right, or again, I don't have to be showing them. So what I almost want to do that, so that I won't be able to look at my stream, but it doesn't matter, I guess. So like some of them could be really triggering and stupid, right? Like just as long as what they're saying makes sense. Like for example, it's a criteria issue. Like, okay, I value peak performance more. I have that equation I always use, right? I value players. It could be in any sport too, but I mean especially just whatever I discuss of basketball, like. 50% of my value is peak performance, 25% is longevity, and 25% is like accolades / intangibles. So I have like a formula and a criteria. So you could disagree with me on some ranking, but if it's based on that, right, it would be hard for you to argue that because I'm saying what my criteria is. Right, so you might have a different criteria, so it makes it kind of a moot point. It's like Kawhi Leonard might rank higher for me than a lot of other people, because I care more so about the peak performance, right, despite his injuries and stuff like that. Right, so that, again, some people might value longevity more, so that's sort of the fallacy of calling LeBron the GOAT because he's the all-time leading scorer, which would be, you know, a criteria that seems legitimate until you realize that if you call LeBron the GOAT now because he's the all-time leading scorer, then you would have to ask, who was your GOAT before? And if it wasn't Kareem, then you have no credibility because, again, people ignore Kareem and just say Michael. So clearly they weren't just valuing longevity, right? They were valuing something else. So, right, simply being the all-time leading scorer doesn't do anything for you because... Because you're in a position to basically, right, like if you value longevity, that should have been it. You can't go from Michael to LeBron because, oh, now he's the all-time leading scorer, because you clearly didn't value that. You're just kind of using that as an excuse then. If you truly value that, you would say that he's going to, if you truly value that, then you would have had Kareem all along. Right, and then now, okay, now LeBron surpasses him. This is such a weird way of doing something, but a lot of the time this is kind of what I want to do anyways. Like, you're just kind of talking. I could play chess with my voice, right? They have that on the chess, like voice control, and that'll kind of encourage you to calculate in your head, because sure, you could glance at the screen, but, you know, you kind of want to do it while driving, so let's see, what other topics do we have here? I don't know, you're basically in a position where there's a lot of fallacies that people use, and you have to understand that. Let me maybe try to find one of those videos and I'll kind of react to what they're saying, and so I'll insert myself to see whether it makes sense or whether I can debunk what they're saying. Here's a good one for my sake. If I go up there and make a hot take, like Sam Jones is a better player all time than Dwayne Wade, and nobody ever says that because nobody respects Sam Jones. Sam Jones is only a 10-time champion. Sam Jones is only maybe the clutchest player in NBA history. Hit so many clutch shots for that Celtics dynasty. Sam Jones did on offense what Bill Russell did on defense. Sam Jones was only their overall leading scorer for the greatest dynasty in the history of professional sports. Like Sam Jones, right? Like, so as much as I like Dwayne Wade, certainly more athletic, dunker, I get it, but the end result is Sam Jones was clutch. He was a great scorer. He wasn't like a Robert Horry, right? He was actually their overall leading scorer. Again, he went through all phases. Like the first finals, he maybe only averaged 8 points, but then one of them he averaged like 25, 28. Another one he's up there. Like they would take turns because they had so many great players, but he ultimately, for all the credit that Bill Russell gets, Sam Jones doesn't get any. And so even in Bill Russell's own words, he says, Sam Jones was the most skillful player I played with, and he was clutch. He hit a clutch shot, every postseason to save their season, to drive a stake in Wilt's heart, and, to save Sam Jones saved Bill Russell's legacy, basically, so. And that's actually a good take by Skip, too. It's not just Ray Allen, but that whole sequence kind of saved LeBron's legacy in a way, because if he didn't win that one, right, they weren't going to win the next year because obviously they got destroyed. So think about his time in Miami. That would have actually ruined his legacy, even in hindsight now. They're down 3-2, right? They're down 5 with 28 seconds left. People give him credit that, he had like 10 points in the fourth quarter and helped them come back and this and that, maybe 16 points ultimately. But, first of all, you're their best player, you're the defending champs. So I don't want to hear any excuses like you should be able to win, right? And you have a chance to win and you do win. But not only, again, you allow yourself to go down 3-2, you allow yourself to go down 5 with 28 seconds left. And part of the reason why they were down 5, because it was a tie game. Tony Parker hits a tough step back 3, then he gets a steal, then he lays up on Chalmers, so now they're up by 2. They're only up by 2. Right, and then LeBron turns it over like twice in a row. He tries to lob to Bosch, turnover, then he just turns it over with Tony Parker on him. So he makes 2 big turnovers in a clutch moment, and so we would remember that if they lost. And then he would have only won 1 title in Miami. He choked in 2011. Then we would have said, he choked in 2013, and then they don't win in 2014 and beyond. So it's like he would have won 1 title in the 4 years, assuming it's still 4 years. 1 out of 4 instead of 2 out of 4, right? No back-to-back. You would have choked at the end of the game. You have 2 turnovers back-to-back when the game is within reach, it's close, it's tight, it's elimination, right? I'm not saying you have to make every shot or do something miraculous. I'm saying you don't have to turn it over twice. At least take a shot. Those are 2 possessions where he didn't even take a shot. So, or get a shot for anybody. He just literally turns it over. So that moment would have lived on. And so that's where I'm objective. Like, I still see that you're down by 5 with 28 seconds left. I still see that you're down 3-2. I still see that, you turn it over twice and it's kind of your fault at that point. Like, it's hard, so in a way that whole sequence it was out of his control, right? He had nothing to do with it at that point. Like, the Spurs had to miss 2 free throws and give up 2 offensive rebounds, and then you had to hit the 2 threes. So, like, that's a very fluky thing. I still give you credit, right? But the difference wasn't anything to do with LeBron at that point. He allowed his team to lose, right? You're down 3-2, you're down 5 with 28 seconds left. There's nothing he can do anymore, right? The Spurs have to miss those free throws. They have to give up offensive rebounds, right? Things that aren't guaranteed and not really even within your control. Certainly the free throw isn't in your control at all. But that's what I just don't respect, is because we would be talking about that moment to this day of like, oh, how he turned it over twice in a row in a tight game, right? It's close, it's only down by 2, right? It's within reach, so like, how can you fuck that up? Alright, so this one is Jokic versus Dirk. These could be kind of fun to react to. So it's like, again, that's an easy one that you would say obviously Jokic is better, right, in basically every way. Even as a shooter, he's close, or maybe, I don't know, you'd have to look at statistics and stuff. But one thing I was surprised by with Dirk is the fact that he's not as high on the three-point list as I thought he was. Like, he would shoot a decent number of threes, but you could say, oh, the timing of it was such that it wasn't as common then, right? But that's what he would do. Like, he was a jump shooter. So I had this old school roast of Dirk that I always used to do. That Dirk is a one-dimensional star for this reason, that he, he can do one thing. He can score, and even of scoring, he can mostly shoot, right? So if his shot is off, what is he doing for you, right? That's how you can choke away, even in his MVP season as the number 1 seed. You can get upset by the 8 seed, because again, if his shot is off, he's just having a bad scoring series or game, you lose. Or even 2006, you're up 2-0 and then you lose. In both of those series, Dirk shot pretty poorly. So if he just doesn't have his shot going, he's not doing anything else for you. He's not a good defender, right? He's not a good rebounder for his size, right? Nothing exceptional. He's not going to be blocking shots. He's not a very good passer, right? He's just not good at anything else besides scoring and mostly shooting, right? Again, he's not a good rebounder for his size. He's not a shot blocker, not a great passer. So what else is he doing, right, besides just scoring? So very one-dimensional. Jokic, on the other hand, again, he's a better rebounder. He's not a particularly good defender, so I'll give you that. But he's a better rebounder. I won't say really that he's a better scorer, but he's like, I guess, a more versatile scorer, because not saying Dirk couldn't score inside, but Jokic can dominate inside if he wants to, right, in addition to being a great jump shooter too. So he's just so much, like, the difference in these two players is massive, because the end result, you'll look at the numbers and say, well, yeah, Jokic is better. I didn't even mention his passing, which is a whole nother facet of the game, but like, so he's a better passer, better rebounder, equal scorer, even more versatile scorer. But no, that's what I say. Like, Jokic is allows you to do something because, like, it's a player who can do one thing versus a player who can do kind of everything. So even though you look at the production and you say, oh, Dirk's production is still pretty good, just like Jokic is better in every way, and he can do so many more things that even if he wasn't that much better, like let's say he averaged like 10 points less than Dirk, you would still have this conversation. Okay, Dirk averaged 25 points for his career, let's say, which is probably less than that, a lot less than that, but whatever. And Jokic averaged 15, but then he's averaging 10 assists, which is all-time, great, and more rebounds. So, right, even without the scoring, you would have to think about that. Wait a second, that 10 assists is like, he's a point guard. He's one of the best point guards ever. Chris Paul, Steve Nash, something like this. So you have to consider that.
Okay, so today I'm going to be doing something totally different, even though, it's another mobile stream on my iPhone. Like, I've been trying to ingratiate myself into doing this and try to do it a lot. But I'm doing something a little bit different here where I bought one of those controllers, the Backbone. It's the Backbone 1 that you can get. It's a pretty common one. You can get it at Walmart, Target, right? It's pretty easy to find. I'm sure there's better ones online and stuff, but I just got it kind of on a whim, and does kind of show you my impulse habit somewhat. Like even if I could have just waited and maybe ordered a better one online or something, but I just feel like getting it one day, and then I'm just like, fuck it, I'll just get it. And so I just go and see whatever's in stock nearby, right? Otherwise, I just don't want it at all. Like if you want it right then, otherwise just forget it. So whatever. But that can sometimes be what dictates my purchases, even like something bigger, like, oh, I'm getting a new computer, but now I don't want to wait. I want it like tomorrow. And it's like that's kind of a bad principle to have, but sometimes you just feel like that's kind of part of the point, right? The convenience of being able to get stuff in the modern day, that's kind of bad. Yes, you have more options of things to get now, like way more brands and different things, but the trade-off is you have to wait for everything. It's always in a warehouse. It's always being shipped, right? I'm not a big fan of ordering stuff online, so this seems decent. Again, I can't really show it to you now because we're showing the screen, but it's a Backbone 1. It has the little, back panel that goes on the back of the iPhone. Then it has the two sides, the controllers. It's pretty comfortable. I like the way it looks and feels and everything. I did an unboxing video actually of it that I just uploaded. I did that a couple days ago. And what was funny about that is I got the wrong one. I got one that needs a lightning port, and I didn't realize or care really what that means because I assume, oh, well, you know, iPhones have a lightning port, right? Isn't that what it's for? But apparently, and I was aware that mine's a USB-C, but I thought it might work for both, or I don't know what I thought. I just assume iPhone equals lightning, right? But apparently they phased out of those. So what happens is, um, I did the unboxing, but then it wouldn't work because at the end of the unboxing, I tried to plug it in, right, just to test it, and it didn't work because that was a lightning port. So then I had to return it and get the USB-C one, right? So I kind of, as a comedy of errors that totally would be meme worthy, but it's not like I'm doing it on purpose, and it is just a shocker because that is really, really stupid, right? So don't get the lightning one if you get it unless you have an older iPhone. I guess they kind of phased out of the lightning now and it's USB-C. But either way, again, you plug it in, so it's not wireless. It won't work with Bluetooth. I was even looking that up. That there's like a newer one. I forget the name of it now, but this company makes, or there's other ones too, for like 169 or something. So like double the price. This is like $80, and that one does work with Bluetooth, which would be more comfortable. It's wireless. You don't have to hold it like this, but whatever. For me, this is just like a novelty, just something I'm trying. So for the first time. So that's good enough, right? I don't have to get something top of the line. That's the one disadvantage, though. So there's a few interesting intricacies with this where, like, think about the setup. So on one hand, I don't like doing this on Wi-Fi because it might crash or you'd rather be hardwired. So there's only one entry port on this whole device, right? Which is a USB-C port. So normally I'd have the Ethernet adapter in there and then the Ethernet, so that would be all I could have. But then, oh, what if I want to do a long stream? Then I have to charge it too. But that also requires the USB-C port. And then, oh, what if I want to wear my headphone? Then that would also require it. So I have a Bluetooth headphone right now that I'm using that I normally use. Right. Then you could also have the controllers on Bluetooth, and then you could also have maybe some sort of wireless charger. Right, but since the controller is in the USB-C now and it's not wireless and I can't take it out, or like, I wouldn't want to take it out. So I have, like, think about what I have to do to make this work. So I have the Bluetooth headphone, right, because I can't plug in the headphone because there's only one port and I need an adapter or whatever, however that works. So I have a Bluetooth headphone, then I have the controller actually in the USB-C port. Then I have to use Wi-Fi because I can't use the hardwired Ethernet adapter. And then there's another intricacy with this too. The fact that I'm using my Bluetooth headphone as the mic too. And the reason why is because when you plug the controller into the USB-C port, what does it also do? It blocks the microphone on the phone, right? It blocks the microphone on the phone because it's going right on that bottom part of it. So it's covering it. So I imagine that wouldn't work super well. So the feel of it is pretty comfortable, actually. I do like this. I can't really show you that part of it, but just you'll notice the difference in my gameplay. Like, it's mainly for stuff where you have to actually move around. Or the one thing I'm worried about is I don't know if it'll work with every game or it'll have certain selective compatibility. It should even work just like on the menu of my phone. Like right now I'm trying to use it and it doesn't work. So there's one thing that's awkward right now, even though you can't tell on stream. I'm holding it right horizontally, right, like you would do, like the controller on both sides, obviously top and bottom of the phone. But the phone right now, the orientation is in portrait mode, so the way it looks to me is sideways, right? Like I'm holding the phone the only way you can hold it to comfortably hold the controller, again, with the left and right on the top and the bottom of the phone. But when it's in portrait, like what if a game is in portrait mode like this? Then you just won't be able to play it with the controller. Like that makes no sense, right? Some games and some apps are only in this mode. That's where the wireless thing would come in handy, or you could maybe still try to make it work somehow, but it'll maybe mainly only work with landscape type games. And so again, what I'm looking at right now, and you can't really change it in this main menu screen of your phone, is I'm looking at the sideways portrait mode of the phone because of how the controller forces you to use it. Right, hold it, I mean. So the one thing I'll do is the one thing I wanted to do, okay, let me double check that this is actually playing the Bluetooth mic. Use Bluetooth microphone. And again, I don't know if this is the greatest quality. Even the iPhone mic quality kind of comes and goes, but now we can get really immersed because clearly this is why I was sucking at so many games, not just because I do genuinely suck. But I'd be curious to see it. So let's first look at the actual app, right? The Backbone app. But the question is, what will this work with and what will it not work with? Redeem now, not now. Enjoy 3 months free of Apple Arcade, which I guess I already had a free trial of it, so you can control this with the controller already, so that's a good sign. But I just wish it would work with everything just straight away, like even with the phone menu. Subscription auto renews, pricing availability vary by country. A reminder message will be sent when you click redeem now. I don't understand exactly what's happening with this, but because I already kind of had a right, I already had a I thought a free trial for this. Right, the Apple Arcade. That's a nice little bonus, I guess. Can't be redeemed. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I probably already have one, so it won't let me double up. We'll close that. And again, I'm not somebody who uses controllers a lot anyway, because I'm more of a PC hardcore gaming elitist, even though I haven't done that in a while. But like, that's typically my MO. So obviously, if I do console streaming sometimes, it was a novelty in general for me to use a controller at all. But something is not right about this because a lot of games are not going to work with it. I think that's the issue. There should just be some built-in compatibility, like where the phone works with it, right? There might be probably some app or something separately that does that. Like, let me just use the controller as my touchscreen or as something else. So, like, pretend I want to do Polytopia. Would that work with? I don't understand. Like, maybe I add your Xbox games, add your Steam games. How does that even work? Like it'll show the ones that are compatible with this or that are even playable on phone. Like Postal. I better not do that or I'll get banned. That's the main thing I'm confused about is just I'm sure there are a lot of things on here, so it's not to be like, picky that I, you know, want everything to work on here, but it just feels like it shouldn't be an issue. Right, so now it says push that button to add it to there. So what does that mean? Yeah, that's unfortunate if you can't because damn it. That's the lim that's so dumb. That's the limiting element of it. Like why shouldn't I be able to use it with this? Like I'm hitting that button that should add it to here, but it just doesn't. I don't know. Sky Children of Light, Minecraft, Genshin Impact would be pretty awesome with this actually. Um, again, anything big. It's like the VR effect, right? Where you can't move around, walk around with VR because it gives you motion sickness. The same thing here. It's like this is sort of the gimmick novelty thing that you need to get yourself immersed in something that you otherwise might not like, right? But um, what was I saying? Basically, just the fact that I don't know. It's just unfortunate. Like, why wouldn't that work? I don't understand even how iOS games for a flight. It's going to be limiting, which just doesn't make sense to me why it wouldn't have some universal. Who are these people? Nade shot? Or these are like people to follow? What do you mean people I may know? Like, what are you talking about? Um, press that while in a game to add it, assuming that it already works with that. Open Backbone browser. What does that mean? Um, Backbone emulator. Upload your ROMs. Bring your own retro game files and start playing with Backbone. Our in-app emulator supports a wide range of classic systems. I keep seeing these ads for this stupid thing, like a bootleg. Play 20,000 retro games, like even though that's probably not even supported or allowed by the older companies. Save game states, play offline. Yeah, we know how emulation works. NES, SNES, Game Boy Color, GBA. Um, Wait, why is it showing me that? What does that have to do with? Oh, like files. Okay. Like it adds Steam games, which would be interesting. I wonder what if I did that? Hmm. Like what kind of games would we have on there that would be playable on here? I don't even know. Xbox games. I'm not gonna do that now, but I'm just kind of intrigued. Like I may as well do it, I guess. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I don't know how to do this. I could almost do a permadeath alphabetical gauntlet of games on here, like just show me everything that's available. Sort by A to Z and just show me everything. Right, like what is this? 1111 memories retold. Now the only thing I'll say is I should try to avoid stuff. Let's see how many there are. Let's try to avoid stuff that is on PC that I would rather play there. Right. Especially if I've never played it before. I don't want my first experience to be like that. Right, to ruin it this way. Yeah, why don't I just do that like an alphabetical gauntlet? But some of these you might have to buy too. I mean, again, I can't complain that. That does kind of upset me though. There's got to be a way. Let me look something up. Like, what if I use Backbone for any game? Right? It should just have some workaround way to do that. Oh, now seeing it on Reddit. Use Backbone for any game. What is it doing now? Okay. Why is it showing me this? How did we end up here? You can use the backbone for virtually any game on a mobile device that supports controllers. Well, it shouldn't have to support them. It should just let you use it. Steam game, like Polytopia is on Steam. Like I should be able to do that. Call of Duty, I'm sure games like that'll have support. Like I should just go one by one and just test the games that I have, or I should go again by here, like what is this game? And obviously it'll work with this, but 1111 memories retold. Now guess what I want to check with that? The only thing I care about is it on PC, which it probably is. Because then it's like, oh, it's a waste. I'd rather do it on Steam. Right? Why would I want to ruin it by doing it on here? Right? We want like mobile exclusive stuff. But no, I do like even this app, how it shows everything, like, or how I get to use it here. 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Let's check that too. Like we need a mobile exclusive button, right? Aegis, I already forgot what it is. Hardest Gilmore. Oh my god. What is it called, man? Aegis, 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. Okay. 2019 video game. Exclusive to phone, of course not. PS4, Nintendo Switch version. PS4 and Nintendo Switch. That's at least a little bit limiting. Like it doesn't say it's on PC though, so what do you mean? I don't even understand. Or I mean, on mobile. Like, how would I be playing it then? Open in PS app. So I can't even play that, even if, yeah, who needs the PS Vita? Am I right? You can just hijack with this. The first one I won't do because it's on PC. This one isn't on PC, but Frozen Front. I guess it's kind of showing you where you'd be able to play it. Okay, single player, multiplayer, Frozen Front. Okay, let's check that. And it might seem bad, like I don't want games to be exclusive in general, right? That's a stupid process. But like everything should just be on everything. But it's a situation where you almost, for this purpose, want it to be because, or this seems more like almost a Flash game, right? Where even if this is on PC, which it is, maybe I don't care as much about that. 1941 Frozen Front. Right, like this is the sort of thing that seems almost like a throwaway type experience that I might not mind doing. What I kind of want to see too is like of the games that I do have, which of them would work with the controller, which I was disappointed. I thought Polytopia should work with it. Right, that's kind of what I was wanting to do. Like let's just pick a game at random maybe. Like, okay, does Grim Quest work with it? And first of all, it's in portrait mode, so I don't know if you can even. Grim Omen's available now. So yeah, like let me go through every single game that I have downloaded and see if one of them will work with. Wait, this was in the proper orientation though. What do you mean? It was in it for a second and then it didn't. Like I'll do this. Let's just guess until we get. I hate this notification thing. Like I'm gonna see this button work. All I'm doing is pushing the button. That's so crazy. So you're telling me none of these work with it? Like Mario Kart should work with it. Fuck it. I don't understand that. How could this not work with it? This would be the perfect kind of game to please upgrade to the newest version. Right, like a racing game of all things should work with it. Touch only, chess.com. So this is just, what does that mean, touch only? Well, explain. I love that. Touch only, meaning you can't use the controller, so then why is it even on the app? What does that mean, touch only? What? What the hell does that mean, touch only? I'm so confused. Yes, you're on the touch only, meaning Backbone app. Right? Because that app is meant to be touch sync feature of the Backbone One mobile gaming controller, which adds controller support to the game only on-screen control. On-screen controls that works by mapping the controller inputs. Future of gaming with Backbone. Newest feature lets you play touch-only games like PUBG with a Backbone 1 control. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Oh my god. Great game that doesn't support controllers or even the landscape mode. The touch sync, yeah. See, this is what I mean. This is this annoying overlay that you get with some games, but they typically, I don't know. Yeah, get fucking Polytopia on here, the masterpiece game that it is. See, that shows you my objectivity. I've played that game twice, and both times I've been so impressed with it, even though I get my ass beat every time by some try-hard metagaming clown, because it's just such a good game. Like, you can just tell. It's really good, it's really complex, objectively more complicated than chess. Like, guess what else is? Oh, fucking the subway menu that Vishianan is scratching his brain over still to this day. Like, it's not hard to be more complicated than chess. But people take that as an insult. It's like, there's a lot of things that, right, it doesn't mean that you'd be good at those things either. Right, they try to personalize it, so. I guess I just don't get it. Like, I don't understand. Why are we getting music for chess? We're getting music in chess.com before GTA 6. Like, what do you mean music? There's never music in the fucking website. 77 review. Wait, what are you talking about? What is this? First of all, maybe the Orient. I don't know what's going on. What is it doing? Because it's supposed to be. Oh my god. But no, what I did say is I could bring back my permanent variants and stuff for, that permanent variant gauntlet and stuff like that. I should be able to do. That'd be very fun. And it shouldn't really throttle the player base, or I think they do that actually though. Like, oh, if you play on mobile, you're more likely to get matched up with people on mobile, and it shouldn't really do that. But showing that, I genuinely am just completely confused by this. I have no idea what's going on. Like, it's in there. I don't know what's going on. Like, why is it there if, what the fuck? Right, why are they showing that then if, okay, let me try to understand what I'm looking at. So it's chess, obviously, okay, it's like I'm at it, so like, it's not giving me any feedback though. I do like the way this app presents itself, it's just a little confusing. Like, how do I do it? Right, it's not doing anything. It's got to be that overlay or something. It's very, very odd. Like, why show up if not? Okay, let me look this up too. Backbone, chess. Chess.com controller support. Chess.com has full support for controllers. Well, what the fuck am I missing then? Unlock early access. Lightning, like, oh, I would need the Lightning version for that I just had, but no, like that shouldn't matter. Do I need a different kind of device or what? And the images you're showing are not even with a controller, so what are you talking about? Play your favorite. I'm so confused why they're showing me this. The second time I've been baited by some game that tries to use chess as a lure, or some app like Duolingo is trying to do that too. I don't get it. Even the pictures you're showing are not with a controller. Like, what am I getting scammed by? What are you talking about? It has controller support for phones, but then you're showing an iPad and you're showing the finger. Like, what the fuck is this? I have no idea what's happening. You might think it doesn't matter, but I mean, it's a good example. Backbone Pro, Chess.com controller support. Increase control and accuracy. Take your gaming experience to the next level, even though it doesn't work. I mean, or maybe there's some Google Play type thing. So I think they're just straight up lying and scamming you because I don't understand. Like, why is it even on here? And again, first of all, the orientation doesn't work. So this would be something that, right, it would be in portrait mode anyway. Maybe it's meant to be on Android in the Google Play Store or something else. Maybe it requires a different device, like it doesn't give you much much feedback here. So I'm already getting frustrated, like the multiple, and again, these are pretty simple kind of games that we're looking at, but oh man. Cultures give me like A to Z from what we had before. Yeah, just even the feel of it is nice, you know what I mean? Like it seems like that's my disappointment though. It should work with everything, just period, which is odd. How did I even do that before where I searched complete setup, add and launch a game, adding games, find a game or search, add it to your library, add it to library. But that doesn't work with like literally the majority of things that are in existence here. Where's the A to Z thing? It's gone. What are you talking about? Games about farming. Oh, you mean like World of Warcraft? Haha, different kind of farming. What the fuck happened? Okay. I like that search feature better where you could just, oh, here we go. Where you go A to Z, and I'll literally do that. I'll just go through random stuff. It'll give me some sort of excuse to try certain things, but we've been baited a couple times, and I'm not too happy about it. Or, you know what I should almost do is this should give me the chance to do a second try at my first playthrough permadeath of something that I failed. So like, oh, a Plague Tale Innocence, and it's like, I did that on PC, or not on PC, but on Xbox, and I died, right? And so I've never played it since, so that should almost be like my punishment. I can play it again and do another first playthrough permadeath attempt, but I have to do it on here. So let's look at chess.com and see how it's going to bait the shit out of me once again, just to see. I'm just curious. Like, it doesn't really matter, but it would be nice if you could. I just don't understand. December 31st. I doubt the app was December 31st, but that was probably just the site. Yeah, don't you like the part where it's using a controller? Like your fingers are the controller? Few games shown, even though it doesn't work with this at all. I'm just curious now what that means, the whole touch. Okay, since we're not allowed to really play this one anyway. Right. Like we already failed our little mini permanent thing. Okay, I won't do it then. Right, I won't do it, but it will. I just want to see if it works or how it works, right? You're using this just as fodder to test it, which again, first of all, it has to go in the right orientation. So I guess it's expecting it to be on like an iPad or something, but then I don't get why the controller would be necessary or what. Yeah, these games don't even work because they don't go in the right orientation, so I don't understand. So they're actually baiting me with this. This is bullshit. It's in here, but it doesn't work. Like, where is the controller part of it, man? There must be some trick to this. Like, this is actually upsetting me. It's so dumb. Why even show up on there? And now I can't even get out of here. Let me look at this again here. Backbone, controller, touch only. Right? It really makes no sense. It seems like a contradiction. Touchscreen controls for non-controllers supported on Android devices. And it requires a subscription. iPhone controller. Android Backbone Plus. So you've just fucked iPhone, I guess? What do you mean, dude? Are you serious? So, man, I'm getting baited all around by this fucking company. Like, first of all, I get the Lightning one, which is maybe my fault for not knowing what that is, really, but, you know what game almost comes to mind on here? Let me play that weird game, Ashen. If it's on here, the Dark Souls clone thing. Maybe from, and now I'm not going to trust how other things work too. Like if you have, oh, it'll be from Steam or something, right? Does that mean it'll actually work? Or, oh no, you need your PC to play a Steam game, of course, even though it's on the fucking app here. Like, I don't get why it's showing me things that you can't do. Check out our lineup of mobile controllers. Let's think for iOS. Oh man. Contact Backbone support never gave me an answer. That's interesting that they would prioritize Android like that. Touch sync. Android and iPhone, USB-C. How do I activate touchsync? The controller is not attached. You'll see no controller attached. So there is no battery or anything to worry about with this because it has to be plugged in all the time. NBA 2K Mobile. That doesn't even look like a real thing. Only available on Android. Like, what do you mean, dude? What a bait fucking clown experience. I get baited by the lightning thing, which again, maybe I'm a clown. But then I assume, like, okay, this should work with other things or anything. Whatever, man. I'm sure there's some app on here too that would work with that. Like if I Like, okay, controller button mapper, like something that would third party work with anything. Whatever, I don't care. Just, okay, let me try that challenge again. I just want to control like the iOS even with a control. Like, would that not be a thing though? Use controller for like the menus and the whatever, everything. Luna controller. Game controller apps. Game controller tester. Tester. Should be something that just makes it work with everything. Works with all types of gamepads. Yeah, let's go through every single game we have on here and see if any of them work with this, which I don't think any of them do. So that's kind of disappointing. We'll have to just kind of go to their curated list, and even some of that is not accurate. I don't know what it even does there, man. Try before you buy. Yeah, I should have done that with this fucking controller. You might think that's unfair to expect that, but it's like, first of all, why do none of these games work in the proper orientation? Like, none of these games are in landscape mode. Like, I'm holding it in landscape mode. In that sense, it almost wouldn't matter. Even if it did work with that, it's going to be uncomfortable to hold it. Ah, yes, of course, Crossy Road is going to work with this, of all things. That's crazy. Yeah, this product is garbage because nothing works with it. That is fucking mind-boggling. Nothing works. Not a single one of these games. You might think these are just random obscure games, but wait, Action is on there. Why didn't that show up when at the top when I'm specifically searching for it? I don't know why. I just felt like that's a mobile quality game. Not even that it's bad, but I would totally do that. I would have no inhibition about doing that. Right. 3 ways to play Xbox, Xbox Remote Play, open in PS app. But actually, I have it like on Steam, so how would I? Oh, I don't know. Microsoft account to add your games. Connections. Um, that would be interesting. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing that on here. Let's try BitLife. Is going to be portrait mode. I don't know. I'm just getting kind of annoyed. Like, something just seems broken. Like, it just doesn't work. Yeah, it's crazy. Clue. Again, the portrait mode is the killer. Even Apple Arcade, which is trying to give me a free subscription for. So again, portrait mode, portrait mode, portrait mode. Akinator did beat me though the one time. Okay, this should work with it. But it won't. I think something is just inherently broken with this. I don't know what's going on. It's like these type of games should be very hot on here because 2K26 is not what I just did. 2K26 Arcade Edition. Like, what do you mean, dude? But it's showing it as if it would work with that, but I just don't know. I'm not even really trying to play anything this time. I just wanted to test everything. So again, I can hook up some of those things like PS and Steam and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know entirely how they would work then or what it would expect me to do. Right, like then what's the point? Do I need to um like stream it from there to here, then it almost defeats the purpose. Like it should just be able to play it on here naturally. Okay, the controller is working. You wish to download the commentary package. I don't even want to fucking play the game. I just wanted to see if the controller would work. So that's the first one that works, and even the feedback on that wasn't super clear. Let me just try to. Where were we even at? I mean, we found one game that works with it. Like, I think what's triggering me more than that is just the portrait mode. Um, oh my god. Sometimes it's very hard to scroll out of this too. Like I'm swiping up, but this won't work. Like I can't escape this game. Like what is happening? Jesus Christ. Wordle, not this would be one that you really want to do anyway, but this is I don't care if it doesn't immediately go in landscape. Okay, this goes in landscape. Epic battle. Preparing controller update. Works with compatible cases, case-friendly adapters. Does not so yeah, how about you tell me this for every single like tell me that for every single one. Right, that doesn't support it. You like blame the developer. Does not support game controllers. Like I'm not gonna worry about that. They obviously don't give a shit, but how about Hearthstone? Let's play Hearthstone with a controller. Okay, here we go, bro. Here we go. Wait, why do we have that twice? How and why do we even have that twice? Okay, yeah, let's look at that actually. Let's play Hearthstone with a controller, which is not going to support it either. Like how? I've seen it. Far from Subtle played with a fucking controller, but they do it on PC. Which you might think why even, but that's so dumb, dude. Or I always said that Hearthstone should have been on control or on fucking console. The Clash Royale we're not meant to have here even. But this doesn't work with it at all, so I guess I'm assuming that it would be on Android, which is really weird, right? That they favor that so much. Right, that's kind of crazy. So in order to use this, I'd have to, like, I'm fucking not doing that, but I'd have to get an Android and then I could use it, or I'd have to get some other. Must be connected to the device. Only available on Android with the latest Backbone update, Backbone software, an active subscription. Let's see how it would work at least. Click the gear icon. You go in the app, you go there, you click the gear, touch sync, enable touch sync, and then opacity of the thing, of the overlay. 0 out of 2 found is helpful. Why? Because they have iPhones like me and they're probably pissed about it. And yeah, it doesn't tell you far enough, like once you actually go in the game. This is an interesting psychological effect. It's like there's so many things you could do with this, but now I'm craving the one thing that you can't do, or some of them that you can do. Because it feels like, okay, you should be able to use this with everything in existence. But what I'll do is I will. Again, I'm curious about some of these because I don't understand how some of these games are even meant to work on here. Like, okay, if I. right? If I was to do this, you don't have this on here. So let me look up something on that. Like Xbox games on iPhone, right? How does that work at all? You can play Xbox games on your iPhone by either using Xbox Remote Play or by using cloud gaming. Requires strong Wi-Fi connection, Xbox controller for the best experience. So that would be interesting to see, like, if I'd be using a remote play while streaming, like that seems like a suicide. Um, it's a little deceptive with how it's showing all this. Like a lot of maybe you can say it's not its fault. Like, oh, if a game supports controller, it does. But like, let me look at that once more. This is just turning into a whole fucking gripe session, but I was just going in with a positive attitude of it should work with a lot of things, and it basically just doesn't work with anything ever. So again, it would be play now, but how? Rejoin Backbone Play. What do you mean resubscribe? What do you mean? I've never even. What are you talking about? Extended warranty, gaming destination plus enjoy iconic games. 7 days free and $39.99. Okay. It's trying to bait me into subscribing, but it doesn't even have anything to do with that, right? What would that matter if I, okay, so I subscribe, but the game itself is still not going to be on there. What the fuck is that? I don't get what kind of scam company I'm actually dealing with here. It wants me to launch with Backbone Plus, but what the fuck does that have to do with it? Built-in emulator. I don't see what that has to do with. Unlock it all with the membership. All your games in one place, but it doesn't even make sense. Because if they're your games anyway, like what are you paying for here? Yeah, I didn't think I had done this at all. Like, so I don't know why it's saying rejoin. $39.99 for a year, which to be fair doesn't sound like all that much, but open in PS app. I'm just so curious, like what this means or how this would work. Like, okay, let me get the PS app. I'm not gonna pay 40 fucking dollars for it, but remote play, I guess it would probably be pretty shitty then, right? I don't know why that just seems like a game that would fit so well on mobile, but so I assume that would be like remote play because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. Right, a lot of these things are not on mobile. That seems like a bad idea because you're already on Wi-Fi. So if you're already on Wi-Fi streaming, there's no way that it's going to be able to handle doing that as well. Right, remote play. Again, Xbox would probably be similar. Xbox Cloud Gaming. Without owning an Xbox console. There's a good internet connection will lag if your internet does not meet the bandwidth requirements. And again, never mind the fact that you're streaming. Right, I don't think that's a very good idea. I could try it eventually, but I'm a little annoyed by this whole experience already. But once again, let me go in alphabetical order and try to. How did I unlock this before? I forgot. You go to like show all games maybe, and then do it. All right, sort by A to Z. And so again, what we have here is something that we wouldn't mind playing on here, which again, it feels like some expendable type nonsense. So let's try this game, right? Even though it is on PC too, it seems almost like a Flash game equivalent type experience, where it doesn't seem particularly noteworthy, right? So I don't think we'd be missing out much for it. So again, I can compliment the feel of the controller and stuff like that, but everything else seems annoying. Right, their app, their deceptive thing that certain things work with it, the fact that the touch sync thing only works with Android, the fact that a lot of games don't work with it. Seems like the vast majority of things, maybe just I'm being picky about it, but campaigns are pass and play. So is this even multiplayer though, or what? Enter your name. Okay. Tutorial, German Army, Soviet Army. Oh, this could enter into some controversial territory. So again, I am using the controller here, so that's all I want. Like, really, it's pretty simple. It's almost reminding me of Fire Emblem music. We have World of Tanks at home, getting a fucking ad, you know. Basic training. Our tanks are taking heavy fire. This is how I'll learn how to play RTS games, because I suck at them and I'm always too slow, or I always like to take my time and stuff. Wait, no. Oh, this is gonna make my... it's gonna make my stream crash, because it's probably trying to multi-broadcast or something. Start by selecting the tank, okay. Oh, it's even acknowledging the controller too. Your units stop when they hit enemies, okay. So this would be fun if you could actually do it in multiplayer, but I don't know if you actually can. Online multiplayer, that is. What, I'm moving? What's happening? Another shot. Oh, you're getting like the fog of war effect. Units can only attack once per round. Okay. Select another tank. Okay. Open fire. Yeah, again, we get the landscape mode, we get the thing. I mean, the cash app shit is. That's why the black bars have to be there, to make room for ads. Like, I don't get it. Or I should have done the other one, because that would have killed it, or it still does. Or it transforms into like a truck for a second. How come this guy can then seemingly move farther than the rest of them? He was pretty far back. Yeah, this should be pretty comfortable. There are some good things you can do with this. It's a good way to try to get myself... Wait. Try to get myself to... Okay, I'm already bored of this. Let's just... Again, we're giving it a shot because it's actually supporting controllers, so there'll be a bias towards that. I mean, not that I can't do stuff that doesn't support controllers, but if it... if it doesn't do that, then... Or let's indulge it, because we're doing sort of a permanent gauntlet of all these controller type things, so... Right, like we're using that almost as a list here. Your tank is heavily damaged, you need to repair it, okay. It keeps saying stuff and then it doesn't let me do anything. Press that to repair it, okay. Do it several times so we can give more money to them for microtransaction type shit. Bro, come on. Pay to win mechanic healing. Okay, hurry up. Eliminate enemy forces. Yeah, we get it. Just fucking do it. Or it's not letting me move now, or what? I mean, a turn-based tank game is kind of a little unintuitive, though. The whole fun of them is to being able to move around and do shit. Completed basic training. Okay, so now you can play online, or you can do the campaign. Like, it doesn't seem like there even is an online damage units deal less, or is it going to be more to the tutorial? Our supply depot is under attack. Soviet forces are overrunning our position. They've captured our supply depot. Okay, so the thing is that we can have that as an ongoing first playthrough permadeath of each of these kind of games, though. 1v1 LOL. Let's see if that is on some other platform, which I'm sure it is. Crazy Games Now GG. Free to play online game that combines building, shooting, Fortnite, but simpler, playable on a web browser. I mean, those kind of games I'll make an exception for because this is kind of a fucked first look at this, or whatever it is. There's just so many things that don't work with it. Okay, so I almost have to talk a little quieter because I feel like I tried to listen back to this a bit and it's like super a little loud because it is like the Bluetooth headphone mic, so maybe that's why. And then sometimes even the game volume was like way too loud because even though you see how much it's turned down, but it was still pretty high somehow. Yeah, let's try to find a couple other things that are actually going to work with this. And of all the games I had already on here, practically none of them actually work. It'd be interesting to try one of those, like remote play. Like, let me. It's just so dumb how many issues we have with this. Like remote play while streaming. Right, like that would probably fuck up. Combine remote play, like show your gameplay, often workaround, console remote play don't support simultaneous use, but it's more so about the internet being good enough. And you might question, why am I even doing that? Why not just do it directly from there? But just, there's certain things that I wouldn't mind showcasing like that. Oh yeah, let's do that one we were just showing, the 1v1 LOL. Again, even these are on PC. App is not available in your country or region. Like, is it just me, or is this deliberately trying to troll me? So of all the things we've seen on here, half of them we can't do because, oh, it has to be on, like, there's chess.com, but, oh, it only works on Android with the controller, or you have to stream it from your console or something. Like, why are you showing these things to me if they don't work then? What does that even mean, man? Not available in your country. Why the fuck wouldn't it be available in your country? What is happening? What the hell is going on with this? App not available in your country. That is odd. So this is the 1v1 LOL, which really makes no sense. Um, I'm not sure what's happening with this. Is this something I already had downloaded? I guess I must have. Well, it's not like he's doing that for everything. Right, I was wondering if maybe there's just some issue overall. So, not available in my region or country just makes no sense, but I'll have to use a VPN to trick it the way that people were trying to do with like PvZ 3. Or is that even out actually? There was like an early release of PvZ 3 and people were telling me that like first of all they were saying it wasn't that good and they weren't too happy with it. But second of all, they were saying that um that it was like in some regional limbo. I've never played PvZ 2. That's weird. Yeah, it's not even showing up. Or even like PvZ here. Oh, PvZ Heroes is there. Of course, still alive, still not gone offline. So the 1v1 thing didn't work. Okay. I can accept that. So we're getting into kind of a danger zone here of again realizing that this doesn't work with anything. So we're by A to Z and then search and then 20 minutes till dawn. So why are there two separate ones? Survive an onslaught. Um, that one seems like it'd be very mobile friendly, but let's see if it's on PC. Then I feel like I would be less likely to want to do it. 20 minutes till dawn. The precursor to Until Dawn, right? Or the sequel, like you play Until Dawn and then oh no, you die with 20 minutes left or something, and then you have to play this. I mean, should I really hesitate to play this? Like, okay, I can do it. Even if it's on PC, like, I don't know. This should work just fine. So this will be a first playthrough permadeath of 20 minutes until dawn. I guess, if it works. Bullet Heaven. I don't know how I'm really dictating. Like, if it's something that seems sort of obscure, but I just don't want the mobile thing to ruin it for me. Right, like if it would have been, like that game was amazing. The Soul Knight. So I wouldn't have wanted that to ruin it, which it didn't. Clearly, that's the only reason I died, because I'm playing on mobile, but it's not. Okay, so this is it. First playthrough permadeath of 20 minutes until dawn. To use 20 minutes until dawn, you must affirm that you have reviewed. Oh, God. Right, so this is legit. This is serious, and this could be an amazing game. Right, you can never judge it too harshly. Wait. What? Wait, what's happening? The controller's working here, but not when I click on that. You can reroll upgrades once per level, okay. So in this menu, we're not getting the controller, so I'm confused. I don't know what's happening. That's so weird. It works only on the main menu. Trusty balanced weapon. I mean, I don't have a choice in most of this. Quick play mode. 10-minute survival. Faster experience gain. No achievement unlocks. Go for a high score. Upgrades can be taken multiple times. Runes disabled. 20-minute survival. I guess we should do that one just because. So, if we die, the playthrough's over, I guess. So we may be getting tricked by the controller because it isn't working. So Magic Spear, summon 2 spheres that deal 20 damage. Magnetism automatically attracts all experience from orbs on the screen, lasting for 60 seconds. Soul Drain, every 500th enemy killed drops the Soul Heart. Okay.
Next mech to enter the arena is
have to watch a fucking ad.
Now rushing through the tunnel, guns locked and loaded. I can tell you already that he means business. Just look at him go.
Now, these graphics are very crazy in this video, but that has nothing to do with the actual game. It does actually look like a kind of cool mechanic, but
Arena. Download now and play for free.
okay. So the problem is that oh no, now I can use it. Okay, now there's no sound. Which maybe it's meant to be like that, or right, there's actually no audio. Which I assume there's supposed to be. So one of the many pitfalls of whatever. It seems like an interesting game though. One of the many pitfalls of the whole mobile experience. I mean, again, there just has to be something wrong all the time with everything. It just can't be a smooth experience. Choose an upgrade. Or maybe somehow the ad fucked that up. Gain a soul heart for every 90 seconds. Soul heart max 3. Soul shield. Holy shield protects you from damage once. Holy shield regenerates 2 minutes. That seems pretty good. 2 minutes. Magic Spears deals 10. Okay, I don't care about that. Additional for max HP. After shooting your last ammo, smite nearby enemies for 20 damage. Holy Arts. Your bullets have a 35% chance to freeze. Like, passive stuff is kind of boring. And even defensive stuff is boring. This is kind of good. So the controller is working, but now the audio isn't working. So this is like a very just straight up starts off as a roguelike, and I'm not actually doing any button inputs. It's just sort of doing its own thing with respect to, it's just automatically doing it like an orbital from Binding of Isaac. Pyro Mage, your bullets have 50% chance. Okay, I don't care about passes. Projectiles +1, don't care about that. Holy Shield, I don't want. But I guess that's maybe the closest thing to something actually usable and active. For that part, I have to use my finger touchscreen, but I wonder how crazy this is going to get, because we're just fighting mostly the same enemies for now. Maybe there's a disincentive to even explore. You might run into some trouble. Alright, that looks like a different enemy type. I do kind of wish there was audio here, which I thought there was at the beginning, but maybe that ad somehow ruined it. Of course, we're going to survive the 20 minutes. Like, it's no problem. Right, bullet hell or not, there's a situation where it's kind of repetitive so far. They got to give us some other interesting enemies to face. There's something happening with the trees, which I don't get. Like maybe if you kill one, something good will happen, or maybe you're supposed to kill all of them. But you also don't want to linger and stay in one place too long. That is so weird about the music. That's happened in a couple other games too, like PvZ Heroes or something, where maybe because I'm streaming it, it somehow messes up the music and the sound, but this almost seems a bit too easy so far. We're not gaining any experience. I don't know what's going on. Or no, we are, but it's just slower. I mean, I'll take the challenge. I have no problem with this. I mean, give us more enemy variety or something. But yeah, maybe roguelike somehow have a special place on mobile. Like that Soul Knight game was pretty good. Because it's not that you're not still moving and doing tense, quick actions, but it somehow felt pretty smooth. Right, so Yeah, the one problem here seems to be the enemy variety. Like, we're facing these things too much. Give us something more. Right, like we don't want to see that. It's just kind of boring. Give us occasional boss fight or something. Oh, here we go. I ask for an enemy and we get one. What the hell even is that supposed to be? I cannot even guess. It almost makes me think of a phone or a remote on top of something, but we got our nice little homing orbitals here. This is almost like a boss fight. I ask and I receive. But with this chasing us, nobody else is even around, so. And again, it doesn't matter so much what you throw at me because we're just trying to stall for time. So everything else is negligible. Right? Like, I don't have any goal. I don't have to kill anybody. I don't have to do anything. I can just kind of stand there if they let me. Hmm. Yeah, 16 minutes left. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but a little bit too much repetition here and seemingly not enough enemy variety. Shauna Ascension, or the leveling up is really slowed down. Um, 3 Halo pieces can now appear as upgrade choices. Collect all 3. Okay. I mean, why wouldn't I take it? Because it might replace something else. And yeah, it wants you to watch an ad to pay to win. Like fucking, what the hell? Yeah, generally seems fun, but also too much repetition of the enemies. Give us something a little different looking, a little faster maybe. Shoots projectiles at you. Mix it up. Yeah, not only going to be a permadeath run, but a hitless run because I haven't even had my shield pop twice once. Yeah, like would that count as hitless? And I guess it wouldn't in a certain context. Like, oh, you technically didn't lose any health because you had some shield or something to absorb it, but that's not. Oh shit, we're gonna lose to an invisible wall. Oh no, wait, but that's not fair. I was talking shit too. Like, that's not fair because what do you mean? You can't just randomly put a fucking barrier around like that. Full heart every 90 seconds. Reload rate. For every HP you currently have. I don't know what's even going on, honestly, because that was such a BS. Like, yes, of course. This is the cap redeeming effect, as I would call it. Like, just make invisible walls and. Dude, what? Just make invisible walls and now you trap me. Like, what is this? What is this? What was that? Like, I'll accept my defeat gracefully, but like, it goes from just like really repetitive and kind of lulls you. That's often why I lose in a permanence run. It'll lull you into a sense of something, right? Oh, it's so easy, it's so smooth, and then suddenly they'll throw something like that at you. Like, I can appreciate it, but yeah, like the cap redeeming effect. How do you make something difficult? Just make the room the size of the boss. Like, have a boss and have ads and have, whatever you do, but just shrink the size of the room down and you're fucked. Like, number puzzle block game, and of course it's not going to work because why? The controller isn't going to work. Which again, it's not like it matters. It's not like I have to use the controller, but so I imagine that touch thing is teasing me about not having an Android, or I do have an Android, but it's what I'm watching the stream on right now. But I'm just trying to make a point to do the ones that obviously use the controller because I can do the rest of these anytime anyway. But yeah, it's a little disappointing. 2-bit Cowboy. That's maybe I should get a second chance because this is premium. Um, that was really cool too, right? Like I like that, but it's interesting, but I just I'm pretty disappointed by the lack of support for this. Let's see if this is on something else. Two-Bit Cowboy is a Western action platformer game. So now is this only on mobile, I assume. Right, see that's perfect because right, that's mobile, so you're forced to play it on mobile, and hopefully it will work with the controller as we're wait, we have to buy it though. Fuck me. How much do I have on there anyway? That should be almost something that I don't do because then that could add up that there's going to be too many of these, but better work with the controller. Don't tell me I bought this for nothing. What? What do you mean? Man, why does this... Or it'll work for like certain menus and certain things, but... Cowboy hat, face, mask, belt. Okay, so, oh yeah, this is also going to be Permadeath. Our quiet 2-bit town has been overrun by a gang. Is this going to be the mobile exclusive classic game that we've been looking for? I'll help you. Let's see, it works with this, but not with the menu. Use the arrows to move left or right. For some reason, the stick gets bugged out. It doesn't actually work. It pauses when I turn. I don't get it. So I can use the pad here. Yeah, sometimes in like that one, the controller didn't work in the menu, and I don't know. It'll work in the menu, but not in the game, or vice versa. B to shoot, way ahead of you. You get a little wall jumping, like poster to claim reward. Oh shit, I missed the thing. Like coins to buy stuff. Or no, I should be able to. Oh shit. I should be able to go back and satisfy my OCD just to show off the jumping parkour skills. Right, you should be able to get all the coins here still. Oh, look at that resourcefulness. Fuck me. Okay, this seems pretty cool. I mean, maybe I'm easily... Oh, don't die to fall damage. Jump onto a horse to ride. That's Y to hop off. Okay. Of course, the horse can double jump too. Be able to triple jump, or will that give me an extra jump if I do that? And then it does give you a little bit extra lift, thanks, right? Wait, where'd it go? The horse abandoned me like in Skyrim, the way they would sometimes do, or like it would protect you from fall damage, which might seem stupid, but you know, in a Permadeath run, that can be a big deal. You're about to jump off a cliff that would normally kill you, but now the horse will take the fall for you, literally, or it could happen, you know, happen by accident too. Y to enter. Damn, that other game was so good though. I wish I would have survived longer. You know, like here, I can't use the controller, so I have to. Long Valley. You do actually have to tap it, it won't just let you hold it. Like here it could be dangerous because you don't know whether... That makes it look like it would damage you, but it doesn't. Fucking... Oh, you know what I'm fucking up? Is I'm trying to use the stick, but you can't. The stick kind of freezes up for some reason. Destroy bottles. This stupid ass fish, man. You can only shoot left and right here, so that is incredible design. Like, are you serious right now? Dude, what is happening? Why won't you? Jesus Christ, man. Okay. It's my fault, but you just gotta get used to some of the awkwardness of the controls. Casino, line enter. Yeah, just give me some help. How about that? How do I do it now? Of course, that you have to keep going back and forth between bankrupt, bus. Okay. What happened? Collect those coins. Did I die? Like, I didn't even see what got me. Okay, fine. Look, dude. Look. Just wasted $1. Right, this is the high stakes of first playthrough permadeath, right? That's what we're doing with this mobile permadeath gauntlet in any context that we do. So it is, both of those seem pretty good. So I just want something more substantial that I can like actually play for longer, but it's my fault for constantly dying. You want to go back to the view all games, sort by A to Z. Okay. 20 minutes till dawn, 2-bit Cowboy, 2-bit Cowboy Rise Again. It's actually a sequel. Maybe I shouldn't be allowed to play that because I failed the first one. 3, 2, 1 shootouts. Whatever, but this could be a cool thing to mess around with for sure. In fact, we should do. Oh, but it'll be. I was gonna say we should do another run of this because I did this once for my Permadeath Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet, where I would go through every game that I have on there, or that is on there, and do it as like a first playthrough Permadeath. But the problem with this is, launch with Backbone Plus, GeForce Now. This is kind of a bait thing because it makes it seem like, oh, if I do this, I'll be able to do it, but you won't be able to, right? GeForce Now means you would need something on PC, or I don't get it. It's kind of unclear, and it tries to bait you into doing that every turn. Right, like if it's on here, it should just be on here in general. Right, like if you play games through GeForce Mobile. Right, how does that exactly work? Transfer your device into powerful PC gaming rig. Gamers can play PC titles they already own. Right, so that might be also what you're still doing there. Which again, it doesn't make that clear at all, but which I guess for most people would be the same thing. Like it'd be fine because you wouldn't know the difference, but I don't know. Those two games were very good. The 20 minutes till dawn seemed interesting. It kind of baited me, lulled me into a false sense of security because it was easy at the beginning. 2-bit Cowboy things seem pretty good. So there are some good things on here that we'll mess around with. So my overall review of the controller is it feels good, it works well, generally in and of itself, but in terms of the compatibility with games, it's terrible. It doesn't work with so many things, and again, between the landscape mode, between some of this deceptive stuff on here, between the overlap of, having to use third-party things like this NVIDIA thing, remote play, like, there's a lot of things inherently where it just doesn't work.